Right. Fine. So shall we start? Right. Then today the time is precious, right? I might have told this through messages as well as in our ordinary events. So we have limited time. So hopefully I plan to cover 7-hour session with breaks. At least we can cover that with 6.5 or 6 hours. Then this time has to be utilized at maximum. Otherwise, we will not end up with the correct goal. So then again, like I introduced in our previous introductions, then everyone knows that IP address is very important session. We can't leave it out. And also, really, once you understood it, you can detect that as it has nothing. Right? Really, it has nothing. Just 2 or 3 concepts should be known well. That's all. පොඩි දෙයක් තියෙන්නේ concepts දෙකයි තුනයි තියෙන්නේ. මේ concepts තුන set වුණා නම් IP address is nothing. But the thing is, to get these concepts, you must have consistent energy to cover the things. The main thing is, when you do the first part, second part, third part, now you are going to get fed up. That's the human nature, right? So we will get fed up along with the time. Then people who are getting fed up and distracted in your mind, you will be losing the important part. The first 2 parts, everyone will get it. Nicely do it. But the problem is, challenge is to continue from here onwards. That's your energy. That's your willingness. I need that from you all. Now, especially people who join newly, they might have paid and came to the session, right? So I have a responsibility of doing a considerable work for you people, right? Therefore, I am doing the thing, but you should grab them. The warning here is this. That means after the first 2 hours, you will get fed up. But that's the most important part. Let the event, let the content to be followed with the same energy that you are attending at the morning. Right? If not, you will be lost. Right? Then with that warning, I'll start my sessions. So then again, hope that you will have the intention of doing this firmly. Fine. So then the title is IP address. So I don't want to give you the introduction about many more things. We'll focus on the IP addressing part entirely, since we know a little bit about networks. Now here IP stands for Internet Protocol. So simply the detailed version is Internet Protocol Address. Right? In this case, just the brief introduction. Whenever we set up networks, here we have a computer network. Now all those devices should be addressed technically. That means they should be identified, they should be detected on their own. This is the way you can identify this. Right? Simply say that, hope that you are following me. This is a network available in your school lab. School computer lab, there are computers. As human beings, we just sit in front of the computers. So when you look around, you can see the other computers as well. With that view, you can label this as the computer A, computer B, computer C, computer D. Is this ABCD labeling detected for you and me? Can you and me recognize this ABCD labeling? Yes. On the monitor, this computer has been labeled as B. This is A. This is D. And as human beings, I'm telling that, Uday, please go to the computer D. Please go to the computer A. Can't you and me detect it? Yes. Then that's for our usage. පුතේ ඉඩ මැද නම් උඩට ගියත් කමක් නැහැ. Fine. Otherwise, packing will be quite uncomfortable. So we have some more seats on the upstairs, right? Right. Now come to the point. The detected, the available devices should be labeled, right? Then we can label, we can put a label on the monitor and detect this computer A, computer B. That's not the point. Say that as a person, I am going to log on to this computer. Right? I just turn on the computer and then log on to this computer. Then I have a certain video file. Now, what I want is, I want to inform the network. Now I am talking to the computer. I'm talking to the computer and say that, please deliver this to the computer A. You understand that? On the monitor, label A is pasted. Then I am logging onto this computer and say that, deliver this video file to computer A. Can this computer, can these softwares detect who the computer A is? දැන් මේ computer detect කරගන්න පුළුවන් කවුද A කියලා? බෑ. ඇයි ඒ? A is just a label which is not readable to the operating system, the softwares, the devices. They don't know what A is. So that we need to have a firm address, firm identification, firm detection onto the available devices technically. There should be technical addresses available into these computers, whereas operating systems, the softwares, the networking devices like switches, routers should understand. So then one such addressing scheme is called as IP address. Then when you set up an IP address, that technical address is known to the OS running in this computer, known to the softwares running in this computer. Then that's the requirement of having IP addresses. You understand that? So this is a technical address for the systems to be detected. Fine. Now, when you go for this IP address, there are two versions of IP address available, called as IP version 4. The other one is IP version 6. So I'll talk about IP version 6 later. We'll work with IP version 4. Shortly, we are going to call them as IPv4 at the moment, right? Then when you go for the IPv4 addressing, this is a technical address. Now, the particular address has a unique format, unique standard. That format, simply we can identify that as a 32-bit address. It's going to be a 32-bit address. What are bits? Bits. What are bits? Either 1 or 0 are called as bits. Then if you write the IP address in binary, how many ones and zeros are there? 32. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This is the IP address. When you continue that as a 32-bit address. But really, this 32-bit address is available in 4 blocks. Altogether, we have 32 ones and zeros available in 4 blocks. If so, how many bits are available for a single block? Grade 3. Altogether 34, we have 4 blocks. How many bits are there for a single block? පුතේ? අනේ එක තමයි 34 divided by 4. Why we have 4 blocks? Yes. 32. හොඳයි ඈ. උදේ මෙහෙරලා ඉන්නවා කට්ටිය. 32 bits is the entire length of the address having 4 blocks. Then we have 8, 32. So altogether we have 8 bits per block. Now this is the entire 32-bit IP address. Hurry. Maintain as 4 blocks. One block need to have 8 bits. So shall I block this now? Help me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is going to be one particular block. Agree? Ilangata 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Another block. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Another block. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So then this is the nature of the IP address. Altogether 32 bits are there. One block has 8 bits. This is a particular IP address. Now I am asking, whenever we continue the IP addressing like this, for a single block, what is the smallest value I can expect? For a single block, what is the smallest value I can expect? One block has 8 bits. What is the smallest for that? All the 8 bits are going to be clear. Zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is the smallest. If I consider this in decimal, what is this decimal value of 8 zeros? Still 0. Isn't that the same story for the other 3 blocks as well? Hey, this block is also maintaining 8, smallest is 0. Then what is the largest value expected into a single block? 8 bits are there. What is the largest for that? 8 ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These are the largest. So then at that moment, what is that value in decimal? Binary. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 1, 2, 8. Next place is 2, 5, 6. Then all these are ones. This block is 2, 5, 6. What is the addition of all these? 255. One less than the next place. හරිනේ? අපි ඔය shortcut වල කරා number systems වලදී ඔක්කොම ටික ones නම් ඊට මෙහා පැත්තේ තියෙන place value එකට එකක් අඩු කරපුවාම තමයි the total value comes. And this is going to be 255. පුතේ ඉඳ නැත්නම් පැටිය උඩේකට යන්න. If you don't have space, you can go to the upstairs, right? නැත්නම් manage කරගන්න හරි. Right, this is 255. And the largest value for a single block is going to be what? The decimal value is 255. Agree? And whenever we consider the binary format of the IP address, altogether we maintain that as 32 ones and zeros. But practically writing 32 ones and zeros is a headache. So we need to maintain that in the decimal format. When you maintain that in decimal format, one block of the IP address will be with 0 to 255. Even the same story goes for the other blocks as well. This is also having the smallest of 0, highest of 255 in decimal. This is also having 0 and highest is of 255, 0 and highest is of 255. Now the ordinary IP address has to have values going in between 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks. There are 4 blocks of numbers. Each block has to have a value in between here to here. 0 to 255 is the value for each block. When you write that in decimal. So at that moment, is it possible for me to write 7, 35, 105 and 209? Is this a valid IP address? If I write that in decimal, valid? Yes, in between this range. Now you know that how this range has been created. Why? The binary formation will maintain 8 bits per block since the entire IP address is of 32 bits. Now this is the ode of the IPv4 address. Now you got an idea. Shall we prepare a note behind this now? Right. So we'll continue to a notebook. The tut is having set of questions only. Right. Shall we start the note? Alright. We write the note IP address. We write IP address. Within brackets write it as internet protocol address. Internet protocol address. There we write IP address is a technical addressing scheme. 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 Is a technical addressing scheme assigned into technical addressing scheme assigned into the connected devices assigned into the connected devices of a network so that the available softwares comma operating systems comma networking devices should recognize each and every device should recognize each and every device. Technically, each and every device technically to exchange data, values among the devices. Right. Next point. There are two versions. There are two versions of the IP addresses. There are two versions of the IP addresses named as IP. List them. Named as, next point, IP version 6. Shortly we call them as IPv6. Next one, IP version 4. Shortly IPv4. There are two versions of IP addresses. IP version 6, IP version 4. Right? Now we'll make IP version 4 as a subtopic, IPv4. We'll not talk about V6 for the moment. Let it go. IPv4 subtopic. Right. Then we write IPv4 is a 32-bit address. Is a 32-bit address. IPv4 is a 32-bit address. Which maintains 32-bit address which maintains complete 32 ones and zeros, complete 32 ones and zeros as 4 blocks, where each block is maintaining 8 bits. Each block is maintaining 8 bits. Right. Example. Consider a 32-bit sample IP address. 32-bit sample IP address. Right. Shall we manage our node like this? Then this is the 32-bit sample IP address. I maintain, no need to be the same ones and zeros, right? You can have your own ones and zeros pattern like this, going up to 32. Okay, 32 ones and zeros. and block them into one 8-bit, another 8-bit, another 8-bit. Right? Ones and zeros 32 gahuwa, block them into 8 bits, and then say that smallest next is smallest is 8 zeros, then decimal format is 0. Right? Maintain the same story. Then the largest 8 ones, decimal value is 255. Right? Then manage in this order. I'll give you 2-3 minutes. Maintain your summary in this manner. Hurry up. Mention what is the smallest, what is the largest, and how these value ranges create. Otherwise you will be lost. Complete 32 bits. Each block has right. Then I'll okay, that's fine. Fine. Then I'll follow my usual pattern. When you want to draw things, give the photo, you may copy them. But since it's technical, I want you to fight with this. That's why I let you give you the time. People who are everyone is done. Right. Now the next thing, right? After coming to this level, you may take this sample, now this mode as well, right? After that, there are 4 blocks. This is one such example. Each block has to have a value in between 0 to 255. And people who missed to draw it, don't worry. I'll share these photos in the group. You can copy that later. Right. Now we'll write after the drawing. We'll write further. IPv4 address. IPv4 address. IPv4 address is maintained. IPv4 address is maintained. IPv4 address is maintained in decimal format. In decimal format. So that each block, within brackets we'll write the word octet. So that each block within brackets octet is maintaining a value, in between, 0 to 255. Is maintaining a value in between 0 to 255. Right. Then I gave you a word called as octet. Why is it? Octa means 8. That means one block has how many bits? 8. Therefore, generally, one block of the IP address is also called as octet. I may use that word here onwards. Right. Then, when you go to some sample IP addresses, now we'll do this. Copy these IP addresses. Parallel with me. Example. Say, check whether they are valid or invalid, right? List these quickly parallel with me. The first one I have given you, second one, third one, fourth one, fifth one. List them, and in front of that say that whether it's valid or invalid. It's your work. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Are these valid IP addresses? Tick. Invalid nam put a cross. According to the rule that you have followed. Fine. First one, valid, invalid, help me. 175, our rule is there should be 4 blocks of numbers, each should vary in between 0 to 255. This is fine. This is fine. This is out of the range. Therefore, this IP address is invalid. Second one, in between the value range, in between. There are 4 blocks. Valid another? It's valid. This one, 159, below 255. Then 1, 2, 3 blocks are there. Are 3 blocks valid for the IP address? Then it won't make 32 bits. And I make a wrong. This one, 200, valid. 0, also valid. Whenever 8 bits are becoming all zeros, that's also valid, right? Including 0 as well as including 25 are valid values for each octet. And 0 is also valid. This also valid. 2 is obviously valid. There are 4 blocks. It's a valid IP address. Right? Next one, 5, 255. Find the full ones of all the 8 bits. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. Still a valid IP address. Now you can detect which are valid, which are invalid. Hope that things are clear. That's a general outer appearance of IP addresses available. Fine. Then the next technical point. Right. Now I need your concentration on the then Sarata to follow well without deviating. Right. Now the format of the IP address is having 4 blocks. Hurry. And then each block is of 0 to 255. We know that idea. Even this one still 0 to 255. That's the nature of all the octets of the IPv4. These IP addresses are categorized into 5 classes. You can categorize them. I'm categorizing you people. From the last term test, who got 0 to 20, then 20 to 50. Likewise, I can categorize them. Come to this way for the first group, second group, likewise. In that manner, the available IP addresses are categorized into 5 classes. We don't use the word group, instead we use the word class. Based on the first octet of the IP address by looking at the first octet of the IP address. Here, here we have the first octet coming as 175. Make a first octet as 7. First octet is 159. Likewise, just observe the first octet only without carrying the rest. Observing the first octet, we are going to categorize the IP addresses into the 5 classes. Right? That is, if the first octet goes in between 0 to 127, that is called as class A IP address. If the IP address belongs to class A, the value range has to be in between 0 to 127. Hari, මේකේ are there class A IP addresses? Takala කියන්නේ. Kiyada. Is this the second one then? Second one, this is class A. These are beyond that range. This one, still class A. Simple. ඊළඟට, if it is going to be class B, the first octet has to be 128 to 191. Are there class B's here? Class B තියෙනවද? 128 to 191. Is this? ඕනේ. Before 191, more than 127. එහෙනම් මේක class B. Is this? Yes, this also class B. Then class C IP addresses are from 192 to 223. Are there class C's here? Oh, 200 ne? 192 to 223. 200 is also valid. This is going to be class C. And then the class D are from 224 to 239. Are there class D IP addresses here? Class E, 240 to 255. Are there class E even? Still not. So then you all understood that based on the first octet of the IP address, we are going to categorize them into the classes. Simple, nothing. Then one more clue, one more knowledge for you to gather. The class D and class E IP addresses are not used in our ordinary networks. In your school network, even in the internet, even in our dialog mobile networks, we don't take this D and E. They are used for special purposes. Simply, class D is used for the purpose called as multicasting. That's the job. Class E is used for the research purposes. To do research in IP addressing, networking and things like that. They are reserved, not suitable for the ordinary network. But class A, B, C are usable for the ordinary practical networks that are used in our day-to-day life. Idea. Next topic will light. Next with the point will light. Subtopic classes of IP addresses. Classes of IP addresses. Classes of IP addresses. Right. Then we'll write classes of IP addresses. They will write based on the first octet, based on the first octet, based on the first octet of an IP address, based on the first octet of an IP address, they are categorized into 5 classes as given below. මේ order එකම දාගන්න මේ IP address එකේ first block. Let the other blocks to be there, but this is the one we consider to separate them into classes. Class A, class B, class C, These are for ordinary networks. Class D is for multicasting. And class E is for research purposes. Please, Raden. After copying that, you may take these IP addresses and in front of that list for which class that they belong to. Ini copy කරගන්න. I think people who are joining online, even through YouTube, if you have doubts, just put them in the comment. We'll just try to resolve them as much as possible, as well as just support us, right? Right. Fine. First one. What is the class? 192 means class C. Good. ඊළඟට 2 3 4 class D ne. A class D range goes from 224 to 239. This is 234. This is going to be class D. This is class 249. Beyond this range, in a class E 172, class B 100, class A 218 is going to be class C. एक हारे Then this is more than enough, but in a certain past paper, they have questioned us why these value ranges have been created. Now, in our day-to-day life, for class A 0 to 127, 127 is an odd number. නිකන් අපි class හදුවනම් කොහොමද හදන්නේ? දැන් ඔයාට මට දුන්නා කියන මේ IP ටික class 5කට හදන්න කියලා කියනවා. කොහොමද හදන්නේ? මම කියනවා CA ඉඳන් 0 ඉඳන් 100 වෙනකන් class A. මේ ලස්සන හැදෙනවනේ. ඊළඟට ඕනනම් CA ඉඳන් 150 වෙනකන් තව එකක්. දැන් 200 to 250 වෙනකන් තව එකක්. ඔන්න ඔහොමනේ අපි හදන්නේ. 250 is not valid. But they have given some odd numbers, 191. Can't remember easily. 224, 239, 223. Why those numbers came? The incident is really these addresses are playing in binary. We started our session. IP address is a 32-bit address. What is the real format of the IP address? Binary format, not the decimal format. Decimal is used for our benefit. Decimal values are easy to write. මතද පටන් ගත්ත ගමන් මම අර 32 bits දෙයට මට හතිනේ හොඳටම. කොපි එකක් මතන්න තා පොඩ්ඩකින්. හරි. ඉතින් 32 bits වලින් ලියන්න ගියොත් එහෙනම් it's very difficult for the people and there are mistakes as well. That's why we interpret them into decimal and maintain. But really they are available in ones and zeros. Our computer is also digital. Hope that you understood it. Right? So in that manner, these values are created based on some binary pattern reason. That is the reason why these numbers are available for each and every class. You should know that as well. On the other way around, you must memorize these value ranges in our further calculations to detect the classes that they are belong to. මේ value range එක මතක තියාගන්නම වෙනවා. හරි. class D and E නම් වැඩි use වෙන්නේ නැහැ. හැබැයි මේ තුන use වෙනවා. But you must memorize it. Then I'll give you the reason how these value ranges are created. That is, I may consider the binary format of the first octet. Till the first octet. Now I am going to go for the binary format. ඔන්න තේරෙනවා. හොඳට අහගන්න. The first octet decimal value should ranging from 0 to 127. Then binary format now we need to have 8 bits. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Of the 8 bits, the first bit has to be 0 always to be in class A. Class A එකක් වෙන්න නම් first bit of the first octet has to be 0 always. Other 7 bits of the first octet can be anything. මේ බලන්නකෝ 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. This order. Then I'm asking, what is the smallest possible here? To maintain the first bit as 0, other 7 to be anything, what is the smallest possible? This is going to be 0, all the others should also be 0. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What is that decimal? All 8 0 can I see it? What is the largest possible? First bit has to be 0, other bit should be, how many ones should there be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What is that in decimal? On a binary shortcut. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. Make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then this is going to be 64. This is going to be 1 to 8. If this is 1 to 8, all the others are 1. What is the decimal? 1, 2, 7. On our heading. Maintain the first bit as 0. Others can be anything. So the smallest is all zeros, largest is keeping the first bit as 0, all the other 7 bits as 1. What could be the pattern for class B? One, 0. Short term memory loss, right? 1 0. First, if it is to be in class B, if the IP address should be in class B, first 2 bits of the first octet has to be 1 and 0. And other 6 bits can be anything. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If so, what is the smallest? 1 0 having 6 zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then what is the decimal? This is the only one going to be of 1 to 8. හරිනේ? Place values ගත්තාම මෙයා 1 to 8 නේ. ඊළඟට what is the largest in it? This is 1 0. Others are going to be 1s. 1 2 3 4 5 6. ඔක්කොමද decimal හැදෙන්නේ? දැන් නම් ඉතින් binary decimal ආයි number systems කරන්න බෑ. එකපාරක් කරලා දෙනවා. 1 2 3 4 5 6. 1 2 4 8 16 32 64 1 to 8. එතන මේ ටිකේ sum එක කීයද? මෙයා 64 හන්දා 63. මෙයා 1 to 8. When you add them together, this is going to be 1. This is going to be 9 191. හරිද? 191. දැන් කතාව තේරුණානේ? හරි. Then this is going to be 191 as the largest. Hurry. Then in order to go for class C, the first bit has to be 1 1 0 and the others are going to be anything. Hurry. Then the smallest is going to be 1 0 5 zeros, 1 1 0 5 ones. Hurry. Then just write it. Hurry. ඔක නෝට් ටියුට් එකෙත් මම දුන්නා කොටත් නෝට් එකකට ලියමුද? එතකොට නැකට වදින්නේ ඔක. ඕනේ නැහැ නේ. මේක දිනවා තේරුම් ගන්න ඔය. මේ කොළ කැල්ලේ දිනවා. ආ නිකන් වෙලා නැස්ති කරන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. හරි. සෙට් වෙනවද බලන්න. The first table in the first page, right? Then class A නම් decimal format is 0 to 127. Then the binary pattern is of the first octet. හරිනේ? 0 and the smallest is given, largest is given. Hurry. Class B 1 to 8 to 191, 1 0 5 bits. And class C 1 0 5 bits. Class D කොහමද වෙන්නේ? Class D, what is the first bit combination? Help me. Class D වලදී 1 1 1 0 1 2 3 4. එහෙනම් class E වලදී 1 1 1 1 0 1 2 3. හරිනේ? හරිනේ? හරි නැද්ද? ඒ නැත්තේ? ඒක තමයි. මේකයි තේරුම් ගන්න. Only the first 4 bits are used for this standard, not the rest. හරි. එතකොට මේ pattern එක පොඩ්ඩක් violate වෙනවා at the last category. That is going to have 1 1 1 and then others are going to be zeros. Hariනේ? So in that manner the value ranges are created. Clear ne? Okay, එක paper එක අහලා තිබ්බා ඒක මම මතක් කරලා ගත්තේ. Then understand this is the value range comes into the first octet. ඒක තමයි හරි. Right. Then the next thing. හරි. දැන් ඔන්න තව කැලලකට එනවා. Now I think everyone is confident, right? IP address format, the classes, the first octet, binary format. Everything should be known to you. හරි. දැන් මම මෙහෙම එනවා කතාවක්. Now තවත් පොඩි දුක කතාවකුත් කියලාම ඉන්නම්. දැන් අද දවසේ අපි 3 වෙනකන් ගේමක් ගහන්නනේ යන්නේ. හරි. ඒතකොට සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මගේ පැටර්න් එක තමයි මගේ දරුවන්ට මම සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ඉරකාරයන්ට වගේ තමයි සලකන්නේ. හරි. එහෙම තමයි. එතකොට ඔයගොල්ලොන්ට මේ සෙෂන් එක පුරාටම එකම එක බ්‍රේක් එකයි දෙන්නේ. සමුසෙලා හිරකාරයෝ කතා කරන්න එපා. හරි. මට බ්‍රේක් 4ක් 5ක් දීලා මටත් තාතල් එකක් ගත්ත එක සමුසෙලාට තාතල් එකක් දෙන්න පුළුවන්. වැඩේ වෙන්නේ නැහැ නේ පැටියෝ. හරි. වැඩි වෙනවා නම් වැඩක් විදිහට කරමු. දැන් විනාඩි 5ක බ්‍රේක් එකක් දුන්නොත් ඕක පැය භාගයකට යනවනේ. ඔය හැටි. හරි. ඒකන්ද ඒක අතන්දර නෑ. සුව ඇතිට නවත්තන්න. ඒක හන්දා ඕගොල්ලන්ගේ බ්‍රේක් එක හම්බ වෙනවා 11:30 to 12. හරි. ඒ අතරේ ශරීර අවශ්‍යතා හැම දිනනවා නම් ගිහිල්ලා ඔය අතරේ කරගෙන එන්න. පොඩි ගානක් දීප වෙලාවකදී. හැබැයි ඩිස්ටර්බ් කරන්න බෑ ක්ලාස් එක. හරි. බ්‍රේක් ඕනා ඉන්නවනම් පුතේ දැම්මම නැගිටලා යන්න. ගිහිල්ලා බ්‍රේක් අරගෙන ආයෙ එන්නත් එපා. සල්ලි දීපුවා ඉන්නවනම් සල්ලි දියන්න මම කවුන්ටර් කියලා යන්න සල්ලි අරගෙන යන්න. හරි. මේ වැඩේ මට වැඩක් විදිහට කරන්න ඕන. ආතල් ගන්න ඕනයි මාත් එක්ක ඉන්න එපා. ආතල් තියෙන තැන් වලට යන්න. හරි. ඒතර මේ වැඩේ කරන්න හේතුව මං කිව්වා එකයි. බ්‍රේක් මට 3ක් දෙන්න පුළුවන්, 2ක් දෙන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙම වුණොත් IP address වලින් මෙතනින් නවත්තන්න වෙයි. හරි. වැඩේ හරියට කරන්න නම් මේ වැඩේ යන්න. කලින්ම වෝන් කරේ එකයි නැත්තම් අතරමඟදී ඔයගොල්ලෝ දැන් හිත හැදිලානේ තියෙන දැන් හරි 11 මාර්ගන් ඉන්න ඕන. ඊට අමතරව එක එක අවශ්‍යතා આવොත් හිමීට ගිහලා ඒවා කරගෙන එන්න. ඒ අරින්න ලොකු බ්‍රේක් ගන්න එපා. හැබැයි ඔයගොල්ලෝ එළියට ගියොත් පොතේ ලොස් වෙනවා කතා දෙකක් නැහැ. දැන් iPad සමහර දැන් මේ වෙනකන් ලස්සනට ආවනේ. හරි. මම උදේම කිව්වා ප්‍රෝග්‍රෑම් එක වෙන දේ. පළවෙනි පැය දෙක ලස්සනට ඉඳී. එතනින් එහාට අවුව වැටෙනකොට, පස්ස රත් වෙනකොට ඔන්න ටික ටික කැහිල්ල අල්ලනවා. එතකොට කෙලවක් ගන්න මම නෙවෙයි ඔයගොල්ලෝ. මොකද මම iPad දන්නවා. මං A level ලියන්නෙත් නැහැ. ඕගොල්ලෝ ලියන්නේ. මේක නාගත්තොත් ඕගොල්ලෝමයි නාගන්නේ. හරි? ඒතර මම මගේ ළමයින්ට විශේෂයෙන්ම කියන්නේ අනිත් අය නම් තවත් කොහෙන් හරි කවර් කරගෙන ඉන්නේ. මගේ උන්ට ආවේ කොහොමවත් කවර් කරගන්න වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ කියන්නේ උඹලා ටික at least මේක හොඳට කවර් කරගන්න. ඔයගොල්ලෝගේ support එක තමයි යෝන පුතේ. ඒ කියන්නේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ මේ වෙලාවේ energetic වෙන්න ඕන. අද 3 වෙනකම් මේ ගේම ගහලම තමයි මෙතනින් නැගිටින්නේ කියලා. ඒ strength එක නැත්තම් මේක කරන්න බෑ. හරි? අනිත් එක පැය දෙකේ sessions වලින් මේක කරනට වැඩිය එක දිගට පැය 6ක් දාලා කරපුවම ගොඩක් කවර් කරන්නත් පුළුවන්. ඒකයි මම seminar එකක් දැම්මේ. හරි එන්න. දැන් එනවා I'm going to go for an IP address. Right. This is a particular network. Say that this network is of our school. Hurry. Now I thought of assigning IP addresses from class C. What is the value range for the first octet if it is to be in class C? Class C first octet එකේ value range එක කීයද ටක් ගාලා කියන්නේ? 1 9 2 2 2 2 3. So this is the first octet if it is class C. I may select one IP address scheme from this particular network. තවත් එකක්. ඒක පොඩ්ඩක් පැත්තකට දාන්නම් මම. Now I am going to give an IP address like this 192.168.7.8. Is this a valid IP address for a computer? Oh, class C එක. හරි. Then I am going to go for another IP address like 107.81.83. Is this another valid IP address? Yes. Then I may take one another 159.3.3.3. Are they valid? Yes. Now, if I assign IP addresses like this into our school computer lab, the school computer lab is available in one single room. There are 30-40 computers. All are being assigned IP addresses like this. Then when I assign IP addresses like this is from class kiyada? Taka line on. Class A the B the B. This is from class A. This is from class C. Now, when I assign IP address in that order, do you see a certain consistency or a certain odd behavior? Are you odd වෙන්නේ? ඔක්කොමලා එකම network එකේ. But IP addresses are given in different classes. නිකන් set නැහැනේ. දැන් හිතන්න මේ වගේ එකක්. දැන් මගේ නම ඉන්දුනිල් ගුණවර්ධන. මගේ අයියාගේ නම කමල් රත්නායක. මගේ අක්කාගේ නම ගීතා මුණසිංහ. දැන් පොඩි සීන් එකක් තියෙනවා නේද? ඒ වගේනේ මෙතන. හරි. Now when all of them are in the same network, they should have a similar format. Then in our naming rule, in our Sri Lankan tradition, if the members are belong to one family, their surname has to be the same name. මෙහෙම වෙන්න බෑ. හරි. Then my brother has to be Kamal Gunawardana. Sister should also be Geeta Gunawardana. එහෙම වුණොත් shape නේ. Likewise, networks are also having such a pattern. Then obviously those can't be of different classes. ඒක එකක්. Now say that I thought of using class C IP addresses for all the members. එහෙම මං හිතන්නේ. Then this is class C. Then I may select 207.3.3.3. Then 195.4.4.4. Then 218.5.5.5. දැන් හරිද? මේක class මෙයාත් දැන් shape ද class එක නම් හරි ඒත් නිකන් පොඩි නිකන් අවුලක් තියෙනව නේද? ඇයි ඒ? This is 207, all the numbers are different. This is all the numbers are different. Okay, but not this idea. Now come to the point. When we assign IP addresses into the host of the same network, when we assign IP addresses of the same network, the IP address, the available IP address should represent two blocks. Two contents should be represented here. Simply, if this is the IP address, this IP address should represent one representation as the network block, other representation as the host block. These representations are a must to be maintained in IP address. Network block is similar to the surname of you and me. Our surname should be same for all the family members. Now, this is the network block or the network address that will be used to detect the network that they belong to. Just like the family. My family is Gunawardana. Now, Gunawardana is my family. Indunil is my name. Likewise, when you go for IP address, the specific block should indicate that what is your surname, what is your family name, what is your net. This distribution has to be there. You got the point. Sorry. The way we distribute the network block and the host block. Host block is used to detect the host or the device. Just like my name, Indunil. That will detect who I am. Gunawardana is my family name. Fine. Then this distribution for the IP address is completely based on the class that they are belong to. If the IP address is from class A, the way we distribute network and the host block is first octet is network, other three octets are representing the host. Class B nang first two octets are of network, other two octets are of host. Class C වෙනවා නම් network, 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 last one is the host. එහෙනම් class C වෙනකොට first three octets are the surname. This is going to be the host name. That is quite different order to our naming rule නේ. අපේ නම් Indunil Gunawardana surname එක තියෙන පිටිපස්ස අහන්නේ. මුන්ගේ surname එක තියෙන්නේ කොහෙද? ඉස්සරහා පැත්තේ. හරි. So then these are going to be the network blocks. This is going to be the host block. හරි. දැන් මට කියන්න this network is of which class? This is of class C. එහෙනම් this belongs to what? Network the host. This is representing network. This is representing, this is network, this is host. Now, if this is the network ID of this host, should that be same into the other host as well? Now, are they the same? No. Now, is this IP address assignment a valid assignment or invalid, completely invalid. You are clear? Now, we can't maintain IP addresses in that order. Now you got the rule. Right? So based on that, we'll do some questions, then I will see what it is. Now everyone got it, right? Upstairs fine. Right? So then detect the network and the host based on the class that they belong to. Hari kata? Hari. We like yes, a subnet, sorry, not subnet, subtopic. Network slash host distribution. Subtopic network minus host distribution. Network host distribution. There we like. Whenever the IP addresses are assigned, whenever the IP addresses are assigned, whenever the IP addresses are assigned into the host, whenever the IP addresses are assigned into the host of a single network, whenever the IP addresses are assigned into the hosts of a single network, comma, it indicates two sections. It indicates two sections named as network ID and host ID. Network ID and host ID. Where the network ID, is used, to define, network ID is used to define the network, that it belongs to. Network that it belongs to. And the host ID, wait. අරකටම පොඩක් surname වගේ ලියාගමු within bracket. Network ID that belongs to within bracket දාගන්නකො surname වගේ එකක්. Within bracket surname. Then you can understand that clearly. Surname. And the host ID is used. To identify the specific host, comma device uniquely from the other hosts, of the network. Uniquely from the other hosts from the network. Right. Within brackets, right? First name එක වගේ එකක් නේ එක නිකන්. Right. Next point. The network, host distribution. Next point. The network, host distribution. The network, host distribution of the IP address. Network, host distribution of the IP address is based on the class of the network. Based on the class of the network. based on the class of the network. Right. Right. මේක ලියන් ගන්න නම් ස්ටුඩියෝ දෙකුත් කියන්න. මේක අහගෙන then we can manage our note nicely, right? Now you will understand that whenever an IP address is given, I'll just give sample IP address something like 142.81.91.5. Hari. Tagala මට කියන්න. What is the class of this network? 142. Tagala class එක මොකද්ද? Class B. එහෙනම් මොකද්ද මේකේ network host distribution එක? Class B network, host and host. එහෙනම් these two are going to be representing the network, whereas these two are representing the host. කොහොමද වෙන්නේ? Then if I go to something like this 105.5.5, what is the class? Class A. Now what is the network host distribution? This is network, these three are host. Sorry. Then whenever we define the network host distribution, I represent them in our textual format, text letters, network host. But these texts are not detectable to the digital computer. Our computer is digital, technical, so we need to have a technical representation for this network host distribution. You understand that? Whenever you inform that into the computer, we can't program NH. They are not valid for the computer. So we need to have a numerical representation for the network host distribution. So that numerical representation is called as the default default subnet mask. So then default subnet mask is used to indicate which blocks are network, which blocks are host. Then under the default subnet mask, 255 is indicating the network block, 0 is indicating the host block. In order to represent this network host distribution, technically we use a technical value called as default subnet mask. Default subnet mask use කරන්නේ මොකේද එහෙනම්? Why do we use default subnet mask? To break the blocks of the IP into network and host. IP එක ගත්තාම 175.8.9.5. So we must forcefully say that which blocks are network, which blocks are host. For that to be told, we can use the letters for our human detection. But computer will not detect like that. We need to inform that in numerical format called as default subnet mask. Under the default subnet mask, the value 255 is indicating the network block, value 0 is indicating the host block. If so, what is the default subnet mask of class A? Class A default subnet mask. Network is represented by the value 255. එහෙනම් 255 host is 0, this host is 0, this also 0. හරි හරි මේ ටික දාගන්න දැන් එහෙනම්. You may fill the rest. This is the class, this is the network host distribution, and this is going to be the default subnet mask. Make that as a table. This is a class. This is going to be network and host distribution. And the next column is default subnet mask. Then maintain the default subnet mask for the other two classes as well. class A network host host host, class B network network host host, class C this, and the default subnet mask should be managed like that. You know, I'll give the note later. For the moment, table fill karagan. If you have doubts, talk to me. Network host එක තේරුණා නේ? හරි. ඉලක්කමනේ තේරුන්නේ නැතු. මම ඇසරක් කියනවා. default subnet mask එක සමහරුන්න පොඩ්ඩක් confuse ඇති. හරි. ඉවසන්න. මදක් ඉවසන්න. ඇසරක් explain කරලා දෙන්න. හරි. table එක මට දාගන්න ඔකේ ඇති. network host එකයි default subnet mask එකයි. Hari, then what would be the default subnet mask of class B? Your comments are highly important, right? Ek mong class එක මැදට ඉන්නේ. තේරිච්ච නැති දේවල් පුතේ ආසරයක් කියන්න. Then I'll explain that further. Right. Then class B නම් network is මෙච්චර වෙන්නේ. මේ අහගන්නකො. Network host there is a distribution. Then whenever we have network, we have something called as default subnet mask. ඒක represent කරන්නේ ඉලක්කම් වලින්. So we indicate network as 255, this as 255.0.0. This is 255, 255, 255 and 0. ඔන්න ඕකනේ කතාව. හරි. We leave this default subnet mask for a while. Okay, okay. Let it go. ඔහම යන්න හරි. Now I will give you a small network. හරි. මාත් එක්ක මේක අඳගන්න. Having 4 computers roughly අඳගෙන ඉන්න අයව මේ අඩි රූල් කීතිය කැට යන්න දාන්න ඉන්න එපා පාට කර කර. අග්ගලා පොඩි network එකක් අඳගන්න. හරි. Then I am giving a certain IP address for the computer A. Right. This is one of the IP address that I have given. Now it's your chance. You are the network designers. Assign IP addresses for the other 3 hosts accordingly. This is a network with 4 computers. One of the IP addresses is this. Now assign the IP addresses to the other 3. Assign kara. You are free. Need not to be the same values for everyone. Hari concept again kara. In order to decide the IP address, what should you do? මොකද කරන්න ඕනද? You must identify the ඉස්සරම detect කරගන්නේ මොකද්ද? class එක. If you detect the class, you must understand the network host distribution. What block is network, what block is host. Then keeping the network block as it is, you may manage the host blocks different. කරන්න. සැකයි නම් පැන්සලෙන් කරන්න. පස්සේ මකලා ගන්න පුළුවන්. අතාරින්න එපා වැඩේ කරගෙන යන්න. ඕන යටි ලේබල් කරන්න. මෙයාගේ ක්ලාස් එක මේකයි, network host distribution මේකයි කියලා assign කරගෙන යන්න. class B යන්න හරි. Yes, we have to assign IP address for this. If it is class B, what is the network host distribution? Network host. And of this, what is the network? These 2. Should they be same or different? Same. Then other 2 can be same. Said the. Ay මොකද නේ? අවුල ඒ ලියන්න බලන්න බෑ. හොයන්න. පැහැදිලි නැත්නම් අහන්න පුතේ. What is the limit? 0 to නෑ. No, class B is decided by the first block නේ. These are not the first block. Then other blocks can vary from 0 to 255. That range is allowed for anything. Only the first block has to be limited. Correct? Sorry. Issues තියෙනවා අහන්න. හරි. දැන් මොකද කරන්න පුතා? network block එක same තියාගෙන host වෙනස් කරන්න. මේ මොකදනේ? set ද? මේ දුන්න IP එක මොන class එකේද? first block වම් වල ටික මිස් වුණා නේ. class B. හරි. the class B නම් මොකද network host distribution එක? මේ දෙන්නනේ. එහෙනම් මේ දෙන්න same ද different දෙන්න හැමෝටම? same වෙන්න ඕන. අනිත් වෙනස් කර කර යන්න. මේ හරිනේ? ඔව්. B එකයි A ගන්න නැහැ පුතා. ඒව අර ස්පෙෂල් වැඩ වලටනේ ගන්න. අපේ network වලට ගන්නෙ නැහැ. හරි කොහමද එන්නේ? එන්න. දැන් හොඳයි. දැන් පුතේ this is the IP address. දැන් අර මම මුලදී කරපුවා ඔක්කොම ටික ඕන. එහෙනම් by observing the given IP address, first thing is I want to detect the class that it belongs to. මොකද මේ class එක? Class is detected by observing the first octet 151. මොකද class එක? Class B. If it is class B, what is the network host distribution? Network, host and host. That's the knowledge you need to revise. If it is a case of this IP address, which blocks are representing the network? First two. Now, these two are belong to the network, whereas these two are representing the host. Now, this member is also of the same family, is also of the same network. The network block should be the same. In that manner, this has to be 15185. Can I change these two in any way? Bad. That's the surname. That's a network ID. Then these are representing the host. When I am going for the host, is it possible for me to change only one of them, or should I change both of them always? If you change any block, that's enough. This can be 39, this can be 7. Then the entire host block is consisting of both. Now, when I consider both, they are different. Host එක හැදෙන්නේ මේ දෙන්නම එකතු වෙලා. දෙන්නම ගත්තාම it's different. Therefore, it's fine. And for the other one, 15185, then I thought of changing this 40.90. Is that valid? Yes, I changed both of them. Then this couple is different than the given one, and that's different than this one. But this block has to be the same detecting the network. Sorry. Also, I can go for 15185. I may keep this as 107 while the other one kept as 5. Correct or wrong? Correct, right? Both will be the host. We don't have any repetition of this within the same network. You are clear? And now, this is the order. No need to have these values, but the network block has to be the same. Network it has to be the same always. Right. That's one example. Right. Then I'll give you another example. You may do this. Now everyone is fine. Then I will redraw one another. Then I'll give the question. Now without giving the drawing, I'm giving the question like this, right? We like question. Take it. Consider a host. Consider a host 207 80.49.5. Consider host 207.80.49.5 from a network, full stop. List another three possible IP addresses. List another three possible IP addresses for the same network. Another three possible IP addresses for the same network. හදලා හදාගන්න. ඉස්සලා කතාවමයි ටෙක්ස්ට් විදිහට දුන්නේ. One host is this. අර ඕඩ එකෙම යන්න එතකොට. Given is 207.80.49.5. Then detect the class, identify the network host distribution, and then proceed. දැන් ටක් ගාලා කරන්න පුළුවන්. සෙට් නේද ඒක? ඕන network එක draw කරගත්තත් කමක් නැහැ for further knowledge. හරි, what is the class? Class C. අන්න ඔය දෙන්නේ. මෙයා class C. Class C නම් what is the network host distribution? Network host. Now, these three should remain the same, whereas other can be anything. Now, this can vary in between 0 to 255 නේ. First octet එක තමයි අර value range එකේ ඉන්න ඕන. අනිත් octet ඕන එකක් can play in between 0 to 255. Then this one goes like 207, 80, 49, and the other one will be somewhere like 59. For this to have 207, 80, 49.3. 207, 80, 49.100. The order is these have to be the same. Correct? On the assignment of IP address. Hari. Then ඊළඟ කතාවට. Right. This is okay, right? No issue. Now I'll just give you the idea where you are. Right? Everyone here, if you have followed the session from the beginning, now whenever an IP address is given, you should be able to detect the class it belongs to. Can you? පුළුවන් මොකක් හරි IP එකක් දීපම class එක හොයාගන්න පුළුවන්. මොන බලන්නකෝ මම දෙන්නම් මෙහෙම එකක්. ඔයගොල්ලෝ ගැන මම මේ කියන්නේ. I'm giving you an IP address like say that 81.91.5.5. So you people are my followers, good obedient children, I know that. Then I'm giving this. Then I'm asking from you, Pute, what is the class of this IP address? Class A, Maru. Then මං අහනවා, what is the network host distribution? Network host. Then I'm asking, if I want to go for another IP address of the same network, please suggest me a network ID for the IP address. What is that? Next IP, what is the network ID? 81. තව තියෙනවද? නෑ. ඇයි? This is only network. Then suggest me a host ID. 100, 5, 35. හරිද? හරිනේ? I can change any of them. ඇයි ඔයගොල්ලෝ මෙහෙම උත්තරේ දුන්නේ? Since you were following my lesson obediently. My intelligent, my obedient children. හැබැයි කරුමේ කියන්නේ බබාලා මේ කම්පියුටර් ඕගොල්ලෝ වගේ නෙවෙයි. Computers are dumb, unlike you. Right? Then now the same thing I did is given to be told to the computer. දැන් මම කියනවා කම්පියුටර් එකට computer D I am giving you an IP address like 192.168.5.35. Then I'm asking, what is the class of this IP address? Can the computer reply me? Then I'm asking, what is the network host distribution of this IP address? What I want to say is, we all are knowing the concepts now. But the computer doesn't know whenever an IP address is given, computer doesn't know how to break this into network, how to break this into host. ඒක දන්නේ නැහැ. ඔන්න අහගන්න. එයි. ඊළඟ point එක. Whenever an IP is assigned to the computer, this computer does not know what are the networks, what are the hosts, what is the class, completely dumb. එහෙනම් දැන් අපි මොකද කරන්නේ? අපි දැනගන්න ඕන අමු මැටි හරකෙක් මුට කොහොම හරි කියන්න ඕන මේ හරකෝ මේක network මේකත් network යකෝ මේක තමයි host කියලා මුට අමු සිංහලෙන් කියන්න. If I am going to inform in that manner, are these letters network host readable to this computer? මුට මේවා තේරෙනවද? ඒක එච්චරවත් තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ. අපිට නිකන් චීනෙක් මොනවා හරි කියලා දුන්නා වගේ. මූ දන්නේ ones and zeros. When I told N and H, completely blind. Therefore, I want to force the computer, I want to inform the computer in a meaningful way. This block is the network, this block is the network, this is the network, this is the host. That is by defining using the default subnet mask. Then, rather than mentioning like this, I am telling that 255.255.255.0. So, when I assign an IP address into a computer, this is not enough. හොඳට අහගන්න දැන්. ඔන්න මිස් වෙන තැන දැන් දැන් නා ගන්න හදන්නේ. එතනින් ඩීවියේට් වෙනවා ඔයගොල්ලෝ. සමහරු ෆලෝ කරනවා සමහරු නා ගන්නවා. Whenever we assign an IP address parallel to the IP address, it is a must to assign a default subnet mask. IP address alone is not meaningful for the computer. Why IP address is alone not sensible to the computer? It doesn't know what the class, what the network host distribution, nothing is known to the computer. Then parallel to the IP, I must guide you are belong to the network, you are belong to the host, you are belong to the host, you are belong to the host. එහෙනම් computer එකකට IP එකක් configure කරද්දී just the IP address is enough, or do I need to give some supportive value? What is that supportive value? Default subnet mask. Now clear? එහෙනම් whenever we assign the IP address from class C, we must assign the subnet mask mentioning that 255 is indicating network. Now the computer knows that of my IP address, this is indicating the surname. This is indicating my surname. This is indicating my surname. This is my name. Network host distribution known into the computer when that is being assigned parallel with the subnet mask, default subnet mask and the IP both. දැන් කරලා තේරෙනවද? එහෙනම් default subnet mask එකේ 255 කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? network block, 0 means host block. දැන් කරලා තේරෙනවද? එහෙනම් parallel to the IP address, we must assign the default subnet mask. subtopic එකට යන් default subnet mask. මං හිතන්නේ ඔක්කොටම තේරුණා දැන්. පුතේ හරි නේද දැන්? හරි subtopic default subnet mask issues තියෙනවා කතා කරන්න. Default subnet mask. They will light. Whenever an IP address is assigned, whenever an IP address is assigned, whenever an IP address is assigned, the specific computer must detect the blocks of the IP as the network block and the host block in order to identify the network that it belongs to. While the host address must also be detected. Next point. Since the computer is not intelligent, it is a must to assign a separate labeling value which is called as default subnet mask to indicate the blocks within bracket octets into network and host. Right. Next point. The value 255 in the default subnet mask, is indicating the network blocks while the value 0 is indicating the host blocks of the IP address. host blocks of the IP address. හරි. දැන් ඔන්න මේ drawing එකත් තේරෙනවා. මම මේක ෆොටෝ එකක් දානම් group එකට පස්සේ යන්න ගන්න. Now this is a class C network 192.168.51.207. Then this is the default subnet mask that will guide that. මේ හොඳට බලා ගන්න. Under the subnet mask 255 is presenting to say that the matching block of the IP is මොකද්ද? Network. මෙතන 255 තියෙනවා. The matching block is network. This is 255. Matching block is network. Here we have 0. The matching block is host. So then that has to be assigned always parallel to the IP when you configure the IP address into a computer. So I'll give the photo into this one. Right now in the tute, there are some questions. I want you to do them. Tute එක පොඩ්ඩක් read කරගෙන යන්න අපි උඩ ඉඳලා. Now the first table we did it, right? Table එක හරියනේ. මේක පස්සේ යන්න ගන්න. Not now. I'll give the photo, right? පස්සේ දෙන්නම් මම ඒක. Then we'll read the tute. The table is okay for you. How to distribute classes. Then default subnet mask. Can you understand the printed text? මොකද කියන්නේ? Used to guide the IP address into network block and the host blocks. හරිනේ. Default subnet mask is used to guide the IP address into the network or into the host. Hari. Then class A default subnet mask, class B, class C. They are given. Then the decimal format of the default subnet mask is 255, host is 0. Binary format, I'll cover that in a while. Hari. Then කියනවා the question below. Question number 1. Identify the class and the default subnet mask for the IP addresses given below. Hari මට ටක් ගාලා ගසලා දෙන්න. Question number 1 ටක් ගාලා කරලා දෙන්න. Question number 1 part A ඕන. Sorry, part A is not there. Sorry. Part A is wrong. Change that as 150. Sorry. 250 නේ 150 කරන්න ඒක. Part A වල maintain that as 150. 1.1.1 ඊළඟට part C do this part C එකත් කරන්න 203.0.113.5 and also we have part G as well. G එකත් පොඩි change එකක් කරන්න. It's 240. Change that as 140. 140 10.20.30. So change as 140. First one 150. Then for these three, as they have instructed, detect the class and assign the default subnet mask for them. Make a photo එක මම දාන්නම් group එකට. Even for the online people, I'll add this into the online group even. Leave space for this drawing. ඒක වැරද්දුවානේ. හරි මෙතන පොඩි mistake එකක් තියෙනවා. ඉස්සෙල්ලා මගේ drawing එකේ third doctor 51 here it's 55 වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඒක වැරදි. It has to be 51. හරි then detect the class and the default subnet mask for each and every. ඔව් D එක දාන්න බෑ එක එක D වල default subnet. හරි හදාගත්තද ඒක? It's nothing. Then now what is the class here? 150 can a class? B. Class B, what is the default subnet mask? 255.255.0.0. This is going to be class C, default subnet mask 255.255.255.0. This is going to be till class B, going to be 255.255.0.0. And also there's one more change into the question part E as well. Change that as it's given as 224. Change that as 124. Class E එකේ section E එකේ තියෙන 224 කියලා එක class D එකක් class D වලට subnet mask නැහැ. ඒ අපි කර කිව්වේ class D, E they are used for special purposes නේ. For them no default subnet masks are there. Therefore change that as 124. Hurry. Now in your note, leave space for this entire thing. This whole thing leave space. Right. Then තවත් අලුත් angle එකකට යන්න යන්න. We said that our computer is digital. ඕකත් තමයි මෙතන ලොකුම ප්‍රශ්නේ. Computer is digital. So that it recognizes everything in the form of ones and zeros. Then even we said that this IP address is of how many bits? 32 bits. මේක අපි binary වෙන් ලියුවොත් අපි උදේම පටන් ගත්තා මේ විදිහට this is a 32 bit address. Subnet mask, how many bits are there? 255 කියන්නේ how many ones are there? 8. Ith 8, ith 8. This 0, if you write that in binary, you can write that as 1 0. Even to maintain the format, we need to maintain 8. Even in our default subnet mask, how many bits are there? 32 bits. Now, whenever we consider the IP address IPv4, we use them in our decimal format. Why do we play with decimal? ඇයි මේ IP address decimal එකෙන් අපි handle කරන්නේ? For the computer to be recognized, for people to be recognized. Decimal එකෙන් යන්නේ ඇයි? අපිට තේරෙන්නනේ. But the computer will detect them everything in the form of ones and zeros. Now in our level we have such mapping to say that the first block has a decimal value going from 0 to 255 and we categorize them according to the range. Even the default subnet mask had been given with two values 255 and 0 for human readability. But if you maintain this fully in binary, the IP address is in ones and zeros. Subnet mask is also in ones and zeros. ඔක තේරුණාද? අතනවතලා අහගන්න මේ ඔක්කොම තියෙන්න ඕන මොකෙන්ද හරි විදිහට නම් ones and zeros තියෙන්න ඕන. අපේ ලේසියට තමයි binary හදාගෙන decimal හදාගෙන දඟලන්නේ. Now I'll move on to the binary format. That's also important to go for our future works. දැන් ඔන්න binary එකත් එක්ක map කරන්න තේරුම් ගන්න බලන්න. හරි. Now I am going to go for a sample IP address in binary format. හොඳට අහගන්න හොඳට බලාගන්න. මේක මිස් වුණොත් ගියා ඈ. subnetting එහෙම හිතන්නවත් බෑ එතකොට. 1 2 3 4 5 6 4 5 6 7 8 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 හරි is this a valid IP address 1 2 3 4 8 8 8 8 මේක valid ද ඔව් මේක IP address එකක් valid දැන් මම අහනවා what is the class of this IP address මේක IP address එකක් මේකේ class එක මොකද්ද ඇයි C කිව්වේ අර ටියුට් එකේ මුලම කැල class first octet එකේ binary pattern එක observe කරන්න පුළුවන් නේ එතකොට my first bit pattern is 110 තියෙන්නේ 110 තියෙන්නේ මොන class එකේද class C එතනින්ම අල්ලන්න පුළුවන් ඕක තමයි the way the computer will detect it how do we detect it convert this into decimal if you convert this in decimal what is the value මං කියන්නම් 192 what is this in decimal 128 and 3 131 what is this in decimal ඒක නම් කියයි 7 what is this in decimal 1248 කීයද 10 ඒක 10 නෙමෙයි වෙනස් වෙන්න මම දාගන්නම් මෙතන තව එකක් දාන්න නැත්නම් 10 එතනත් එන්නේ එතකොට 14 එනවනේ හරිනේ ඔන්න decimal format එක but with the binary format we can detect ඒක හරි දැන් මේකට ගැලපෙන්න subnet mask එකක් දෙන්න එපා default subnet mask now I am talking about the way how the computer will handle this if so since this is from class C first octet of the subnet mask is 255 how to write that in binary how many ones are there 8 ones 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 then 8 zeros 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 හරිනේ ඔන්න binary format එකෙන් ආවා දැන් ඉන්න ඔන්න decimal is our format I write that in decimal then how do I detect this belongs to network මේක network කියලා මම අඳුරගන්නේ කොහොමද go to the subnet mask and found that as 255 then I know that if this is 255 the corresponding entire octet is network how do I detect this as host block go to the subnet mask and find this as 0 and on the matching bit is host now the way the computer thinks in full binary then I'm asking what is this bit represent network the host the computer is dealing with bits ones and zeros එතකොට computer ගත්තාම මේ bit එක host bit එකක්ද network bit එකක්ද in decimal නම් 255 will detect මොනවද network 0 will detect host binary නම් කොහොමද ඕක වෙන්නේ when it comes to binary still 0 will represent host එහෙනම් what is the other option 0 opposite is 1 1 is representing what network හරි දැන් ඔන්න අහගන්න this is the block this is the bit of the IP address and now I want to find the matching bit of the subnet mask what is that value subnet mask එකේ ඒකට match වෙන bit එක 1 එහෙනම් මේ IP එකේ bit එක මොකද්ද network ද host ද network තේරුණාද මේ 0 එක network ද host ද මේ 0 එක network ද host ද subnet mask එකේ මේ මොන හොඳට අහගන්න අහගද නැති අය දැන් ඔය පොඩ පොඩ පටලවා ගන්නවා subnet mask එකේ when you go to the subnet mask in the binary format till we have ones and zeros. Then what is 0 indicating in the subnet mask? Host. What is 1 indicating in the subnet mask? Network. The matching bit of the IP address, if this is 1, network. If the subnet mask is 0, the matching bit of the IP address is host. Hari. දැන් මම ඔන්න real binary එකට යනවා. This bit is 0 of the IP address. What is the matching bit of the subnet mask? Last bit of the first octet. එහෙනම් මේ 0 එක network ද host ද? මේ bit එක network ද host ද? උඩට හිතලා කියන්න ඉච්චරයි මට ඕන. move 0 network ද host ද? 0 network ද? 0 කියන්නේ network ද? host. එහෙනම් මෙයා කවුද? host 0 ද? host network ද? මේක ඔඩේ මරුනේ. මන් දන්න බෑනේ. හරි. මේක network තමයි. ඇයි පුතේ? IP එකෙන් නෙවෙයි අපි decision එක ගන්නෙ. කාගෙන්ද ගන්නෙ? subnet එකෙන්. මුට match වෙන subnet එක මම හොයා ගන්නවා. බලපුවම බේන් අඩේ එක 1. එහෙනම් subnet එකේ bit එක 1 නම් the matching bit of the IP is going to be the network. Set නේ? හොඳයි ඈ. So far so good. Then we have another one creating here. Is this indicating network or host? Make a network the host. How do we decide it? Go to the matching bit of the subnet mask. That is going to be 1. Ehang, this corresponding bit is network. Then I am going to go for this 0. Is this network the host? A network enne kohomada? Go to the matching bit of the subnet mask. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 1. Ehang, meya kawuda? Network. This bit is also representing network. Clear ne? ඊළඟට I am going to go for this one in the IP address. Is this network the host? One host the network. Hey, host kiwi. The matching bit of the subnet mask is 0. Subnet mask එකේ 0 නම් ඌ කවුද? Host. Whatever the bit in the IP, no matter. ඊළඟට this 0 matching bit of the IP is going to be host 0. ඔන්න ඔකයි සී. දැන් හරිනේ. කොහොම වෙන්න වැඩි ඔලු හොල්ලන්න බෑ. දැන් හරියටම හරි. හරි. ඔක තමයි මට ඕනම තැනට ඉන්නවා. වැඩි ඔලු හොල්ලන්න පිළිවෙලට ඉන්න voice fine. set නේද? හරි. එහෙනම් ඔන්න ඔකයි ඊළඟ කරන්න. එහෙනම් real format of the IP address and the subnet mask are available in the binary format. Then regarding binaries, subnet mask is still used to guide the bits of the IP address. If it is going to be 1 in the subnet mask 1 nang, what is that? Network the host. Network subnet mask 0 nang, matching bit of the IP address is host. Okay kata. Hari, taruh dalia kamu with the star. The IP addresses and the subnet mask, the IP addresses and the subnet masks, the IP addresses and the subnet masks, the IP address and the subnet masks are, the IP address and the subnet masks are maintained in the computer, maintained in the computer digitally with ones and zeros, so that the default subnet mask so that the default subnet mask and the default subnet mask and the IP address both default subnet mask and the IP address both are available as a 32-bit binary address. 32-bit binary address. Within bracket side, using ones and zeros. Using ones and zeros. Next point. The binary format, next point, the binary format of the default subnet mask, the binary format of the default subnet mask is also used, binary format of the default subnet mask is also used to indicate the matching bits, within bracket ones and zeros, to indicate the matching bits within bracket ones comma zeros, indicate the matching bits, the IP, matching bits of the IP into the network bits, or into the host bits, network bits or host bits. Right. Next point එක ලියාගමු. The value, next line, the value 1 of the subnet mask, the value 1 of the subnet mask with hyphen right, the value 1, value can bit කියන එක, value 1 of the subnet mask with hyphen say indicates the matching bit, of the IP, into මොකද්ද? matching bit of the IP into network the host, into a host bit. නෙමෙයි into a network bit. අමුසලා මාව කනවනේ. කවුද හොක් කෑවා? into a network bit. හරි. ඊළඟ point එකේ the value, next line, the value within bracket side bit 0, the value or bit 0 of the subnet mask, the value bit 0 of the subnet mask with hyphen right indicates the matching bit, of the IP address into මොකද්ද? host the subnet, host the network, host into host 0 නේ. හරි. ඊට පස්සේ පොතේ මේකට ඉඩ තියාගන්න. මම දැන් මේකට ලියන්න දෙන්නේ නැහැ. මේ හැම group එකකම දානවා මම මේ ටික. ඒතර මේක IP address එක, මේක default subnet mask එක. We went to a certain IP address, the decimal values are there, binary values are there, and then the matching bits are indicated them as network host because of this availability. ඔන්න කතාව හරියනේ. ඔන්න network host distribution එක. හරි. මෙහෙම කතාවකට යනවා. දැන් මෙතනින් එහාට නම් පුතේ decimal binary conversion ටිකක් සැරට ඕන වෙනවා. හරි මම මෙහෙම කියන්නම්. 192.168 17.5. Hare. This is a certain IP address. Right. Now I am giving this work for you. Hagala karan. Hare. Me mehema karan no. Ini isala mang kiyana. I want you to write this IP in the binary format. Hare. Hondara ඊට තියාගන්න මේ වැඩේමයි කරන්න ඕනේ. Then you must do it, right? So leave space for this example, right? මේක ඊට තියාගන්න. ඊට තියාගන්න. Then මේ වැඩේ කරන්න ඕන. You must write this in the binary format. Then parallel to that, you must write the default subnet mask even in binary format. හරිනේ? ඔය දෙක මම ඉස්සෙල්ලා කරලා දෙනවද? ඊට පස්සේ මම ටික step by step කියනවා. Right? We like the example. Consider the IP address given. Consider the IP address given below, which must be handled in the binary format. Parallelly with the default subnet mask. හරි මට ලියලා දෙන්න. මේකේ උනා උදව්වක් කරන්නම් 192 කියන එක වෙම් හිලියා ගත්තා. ඒක ටක් ගාලා කොපි කරලා ගන්න. 168 කියන එකේ decimal binary format එක තමයි මම මතක තියාගන්න ඉන්නේ මෙහෙම 168 කියන එක 1010000. ඔය 168. ඔය ගණන් එනවා හැම වෙලාවෙම exam එකේ හදන්න. ඒකඳ ඔයාට කරලා හුරු වෙන්න වෙනවා. හරි. ඒතර මේකේ binary එක ලියා ගන්න bit 8කින් හොඳට ඉඳ තියලා ලියන්න. අස්සේ චුටි ගහන්න එපා. ඔල්ලෝ ගහන්නේ ඉන්න ඈ. හොඳට ඉඳ අත දිගාලා ලියන්න. TR පොතේ bit එකම අරගෙන ලියන්න. ඊට යටින් subnet mask එක ලියා ගන්න. හරි දැන් ලියන්න. ටක් ගාලා binary form එක ලියන්න. And below that, by keeping a blank rule, you may write the subnet mask. Decimal එක ලිව්වා ඊට පස්සේ binary එක ලියන්න. Write the binary format of the given IP address as well as the subnet mask. හරි ටක ඉවර කරන්න. පොඩි දේවල්. one nine two 168 17.5 ඔහමනේ යන්නේ. එතන මේකේ binary format එකට ගියපුවාම 192 in the sense 1 1 and 6 zeros 1 2 3 4 5 6. 168 in the sense 1010,000. ඊළඟ 17 කොහොමද binary ලියන්නේ? එවනම් ඕන ටක් ගාලා 1 2 4 8 16. කොහමනේ එන්නේ? එහෙනම් 1 2 3 4 5 another 3 more zeros to come from 1 2 3 1 2 3 and 1. Then the next one goes like 5. ඊළඟ 5 වෙනවා. කොහොමද 5 වෙන්නේ? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. කොහොමද එන්නේ? You all wrote it. දැන් මට ඕන මේකේ subnet mask එක ලියා ගන්න. Default subnet mask. That's going to be of class C නේ 255 255 255 නේ. And 0. And now when you write that in binary, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. කොහොමද යන්නේ? දැන් කතාව හරි. Now on this order, හරි මේ binary format එක. I think everyone got it. Boys, හරිනේ? You write that. Then according to the earlier indication, we know that this 0 indicates what? Network the host. සකල කියන්නේ. Make a network. Why the matching bit of the subnet mask indicate that as network. එහෙනම් this one is still indicating the network since the matching bit of the subnet mask is 1. Then this bit is indicating what? A host. This is indicating a host. A matching bit of the IP address is, the matching bit of subnet mask is 0. This one is also indicating it as a host since the matching bit is this thing. හරි දැන් ඔන්න මට ඕන අගන්න I want another IP address to be generated in the same network. Decimal නෙමෙයි binary වලින්. In the binary form, I want another host address to be created. Can you? In. This is the network. මේ බලන්න දැන් ඔය පැටලෙන්න හරි කියන්නේ we are if in the decimal form, this is our human readable format. හොඳට අහගන්න පුතා. 168.17.5. Subnet mask comes as 255.255.255.0. Now I want, now I want this host to be assigned with an IP address. What do I do in the decimal form? By observing the subnet mask, I detect this octet as the host. එහෙනම් which octet can I change now? Only the last octet. That's the decimal format. So these are detected as network. Can I change those blocks when I come to the next level? Then so the 192.168.17, I can mark this as 4. That is a decimal idea. How did I come to that conclusion? Comparing the decimal form of the subnet mask, I found this entire block is network. This entire block is network. This entire block is network. This is going to be host. හැබැයි when you write that in binary, now subnet mask will guide the entire block or subnet mask is guiding bit by bit. ඉස්සෙල්ලා නම් මුළු තලියම මුළු සෙට් එකම නේ කිව්වේ මෙයා host මෙයා network කියලා. මුළු සෙට් එකම. දැන් එහෙමද කියන්නේ එක එකද කියන්නේ. Now each bit will be tolling. එහෙනම් when I go to another IP address, හොඳට අහගන්න. Now when I go to another IP address, is this bit changeable or not changeable? මේ bit එක change කරන්න පුළුවන්ද තව host කෙනෙකුට යනකොට of the same network? Can't. ඇයි? Subnet mask says that this bit is network. Can't change. Is it possible for this bit to be changed? No. And this entire 8 bits, are they changeable to go for the next IP address? No. මේ bit එක ඇයි? network bit එකක්. මේ bit එක බෑ. එහෙනම් what bits are eligible to change? Only the last 8 bits can be changed randomly to generate another host address of the same network. Bits are the ones to indicate the bits of the IP address since we are playing in binary. In that manner, I can go to another IP address like this. This has to be 1. These should be the same. And this should also be 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can I change them? Never. This one still the same. 1, 0, 1, 0, 1000. This one can I change? Still not. 0, 0, 0, 1, 3 zeros and 1. Now am I eligible to change this? Which bits of these 8 can I change? Some limited ones or any of the 8? Any of the 8 can be changed freely. Now I am free to change, but not any of them. Hello, I may modify, I may keep this as 0, then I am changing this into 1, this into 1, and then continue 0, 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 and 8. Is this fine? So in my earlier case, I got this as 5, but now what is the value somewhere here? Make a decimal value 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. And this is going to be 96, 98. Even in our decimal form, is this 98 a valid value? Now this is the way how to handle the binary values. In of this network, then the given one is 192.168.17.5. This has been created as 192.168.17.98. Likewise, I am asking, what is the largest host I can create on this network? Make the largest host when considering the binary format. Binary format what should I do to the bits? Make all the 8 bits into ones. Now I am going to go for the largest IP of the same network. 110000000. What is the largest host? Making all these 8 bits into ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What is that value? 255. Likewise, what is the smallest IP available in this network? Making all the host bits into zeros. So then we will indicate these bits as indicate bits. These bits are labeled as host bits. Bits indicating the hosts. Right? Then smallest IP is 11123456 1010 0001 001. Smallest is going to be of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What is that value? 0. On the point. Whenever all the host bits are 1, it is called as broadcast address. Of the network, whenever there's an IP address, making all the host bits as 1. May IP address may 8 දෙනා host bits agree නේ. මේ 8 දෙනා විතර වෙන කවුරුත් නෙවෙයි. ඇයි? The earlier 16, earlier 24 bits are network bits according to subnet mask. And whenever all the host bits are 1s, that is called as the broadcast address of that network. ඔක තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඉන්න. A, B, C, D. Then each and every 168, 17.5, 192, 168, 17.98, 192, 168, 17.3, likewise. Being in D, A. උදේ deviate වෙන්න එපා. මම උදේ කිව්වේ. දැන් ඔයගොල්ලෝ පොඩ පොඩ deviate වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ එකක් තමයි දැන් අර නිකන් set වගේ tune වෙනවා. හරි මම කතා කරන්නේ නැහැ. අහගන්න. firmly අහගන්න පුතේ. මේවා මිස් කරගන්න බෑ පොඩි point. part computer D වල ඉඳලා I want to send a message for A. අහගන්න. from D to A I want to send a message. What is the IP address I should use under the to field? D එකේ ඉඳන් A වලට message එකක් යවන්න. එහෙනම් to what is IP address under the to field? Just like email. මොකද IP address එක දාන්නේ? 192.168.17.5 and I may attach the message and sending. හරිනේ. මට දැන් යවන්න ඕන message එකක් D වල ඉඳලා C වලට. What is the to address? 192.168.17.3 දාන්න ඕන. මට දැන් යවන්න ඕන message එකක් for both C and A. What is the addresses going for 2? 192.168.17.5 comma 192.168.17.3. I want to target both of them. එහෙම එකක් තියෙනවනේ. If I want to send this message to some other, I want to list down all the IP addresses of the receiver. Now the things are clear. Similar to that, I have a requirement of sending this message to all in the network. ඔක්කොටම යවන්න ඕන. And what should I do? Take the IP address of all the hosts and list them here. Is that time taken and leading to many more mistakes? එක ඉලක්කම කර දුනොත් ඔක්කොම චක බ්ලාස්ට්. Therefore, we want to have a shortcut to inform everything here in the class. That is called as the broadcast address. Now, if I want to send the message to all in the network, what do I write under the 2? මොකද ලියන IP address එක? Listing everything or writing the broadcast address. Broadcast address මොකද broadcast address එක මෙතෙන්දී? මේ network එකේ broadcast address මොකද්ද? Making all the host bits as ones. එහෙනම් the host part is going to be 255. What is the broadcast address then? 192.168.17. කීයද? 255. And if I send the message, who will get it? Everyone will get it in one shot. හරිනේ? This is the use of the broadcast address in the network. හරි? Then what is the use of broadcast address? To inform everyone in the network. දැන් එන්නකො මෙහෙම කතාවක්. Now I am going to assign an IP address into the computer D. Enter. I want to assign an IP address into the computer D. Then I am asking, give me a suggested IP address. සකල IP එකක් දෙන්න මට මෙයාට. පටන් ගන්නේ මොකෙන්ද? 192. ඊළඟට 168. ඊළඟට 17. Another one. Anything in there? 100. වෙයිද? 200 වෙයිද? මම හිතනවා නෑ අයියඩ 1255 දානවා. ලොකු මේක. වෙයිද දාන්න? ලොකු මේක. අපි ලොකු පොඩිය දාන්න ඕනේ. Is it possible for me to put 255? Is 255 valid for IP address? Oh, all ones thing. Is it okay to be used that in a particular host? මේකට දාන්න පුළුවන් දෙයක? ඇයි බැරි? ඇයි පුළුවන්? Isn't that a reserved address? 255 මොකේද පාවිච්චි කරේ? Broadcast වැඩේ. 255 means indicating everyone. That's a reserved IP address. If so, is it usable for any of the hosts to be assigned? ඒවට නෑ. එහෙනම් what is the largest usable host? Use කරන්න පුළුවන් host ගේ කවුද largest make කරා? All ones or one less than that. එහෙනම් what is the maximum I can put here? 254. තේරුණාද? ඔන්න broadcast scene එක in a particular network. හරිනේ? ඒ වගේම තවත් කචල් එකක් තියෙනවා. whenever all the host bits are zeros, and all the host bits are zeros, that is called as the network address. ඒකේ use එකත් මම තව පොඩ්ඩකින් කියන්න. If so, into this host, can I use 0 as a host address? No, that is also reserved for some other purpose. We learned. Right? And this is the way how you identify the broadcast address and the network address. I'll explain the network address in a while. Before that, I want to give the note. Right? Then maybe දාගත්තනේ. දාගත්තේ නැත්නම් බය වෙන්න එපා. මම ෆොටෝ එක ගහලා දෙන්නම් පස්සේ ලියා ගන්න. හරි? Otherwise it takes time, right? මේ label ටික හරියට දාගන්න binary එකයි default subnet mask එකයි. හරි. You head up to this thing. හරි. Then we light. මේක දෙඩි තියා ගන්න පුතා. මේක කොළම දෙඩි තියා ගන්න. Leave a considerable space there, right? To continue the rest, I'll put this labeling properly and give the photo, right? Hurry, we light. According to the subnet mask, 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 the last 8 bits are indicating the host bits of the IP address. Host bits of the IP address, which can be changed randomly, to create different host IP addresses, which can be can be changed randomly to create IP addresses, for different hosts, in the same network. Different hosts in the same network. Right. Next point. Different hosts in the same network. Next point. Whenever all the host bits within bracket site last 8 bits, whenever all the host bits within bracket site last 8 bits, close brackets, are turned into, whenever all the host bits within bracket site last 8 bits are turned into ones, within bracket site 8 ones, right? 1 1 1 1 1 8 ones into ones, close brackets, it is called one address. It is called the broadcast address. Of the network. It is called the broadcast address of the network. Next point, whenever the host bits, whenever all the host bits are turned into 0, whenever all the host bits are turned into 0, within bracket side 8 zeros, 0, 0, 0, 0, 8. Whenever all the host bits are turned into 0, close brackets, it is called as the network address. It is called as the network address. හරි. දැන් keyword එකක් දාගමු පුතේ broadcast address කියලා. වෙනම star එකක් දාලා ඒක ලියාගමු. With a star, write it as broadcast address. මේ ටික හරි වැදගත්. මිස් කරගන්න එපා. මං හිතන්නේ everyone is going fine, right? හරි. ඔහම යන්න. Next keyword broadcast address. We write in front of that broadcast address is a reserved address. Is a reserved address. Is a reserved address of the specific network. Is a reserved address of the specific network which is used to send messages within brackets, right? Send messages, comma brackets sepa, send messages, comma data, send messages, comma data to all the connected hosts in the network. To all the connected hosts in the network. Underline the word all. To all the connected hosts in the network. Within brackets, right? Brackets under sending to all. Within brackets, right? Sending to all. Sending to all. Close brackets. Hari. Ilang keyword එක network address. Network address. ඒකත් explain කරලා ඉන්න. එන්න. දැන් broadcast දන්නවනේ කතන්දරේ. If I use that broadcast address that is sending message to all in one shot. Network address is something like this. එන්නකෝ. Then this is a particular network. Now say that this network is connected to the internet. We are connecting this into the internet. Hey. This is connected to the internet. Internet and our school network. Now these are school lab. Are they the same network or different networks? Internet කියන එකයි අපි school network එක කියන එක එකමද නැත්නම් වෙනස්ද? They are different. So in that manner, this is going to be a different network which is connected to the internet. That's fine. Now I'm asking, as outsiders who are connected to the internet, there is a requirement of identifying the entire network. Just like I said earlier, now family name and the first name. My family name is Gunawardana. දැන් තව කවුරු හරි එළිය නම් කියනවා පිට කෙනෙක් කියනවා මේ උඹ දන්නවද ගුණවර්ධන ෆැමිලි එකේ ඒකේ ලොකු එකා ඌ මාර පිස්සනේ ඔය ෆැමිලි එකම චාටර් කියලා තමයි කියන්නේ. එහෙම කියලා කොහොමද ඉන්ඩිකේට් කරේ දැන් ඒගොල්ලෝ using which name? Family name නේ. එහෙනම් they have identified the whole family. They have labeled the whole family. For that to have, we need to have a certain address. ඒගොල්ලෝ address කරේ ගුණවර්ධනගේ නම use කරලානේ. That is a family name. Likewise, for this entire network to be identified by the outsiders, outsiders should inform this whole network. So, block the entire network. So, internet is not allowed for the whole network without telling each and every. Now, I need to talk to the whole network using what address? Network address. Network address use කරන්න මොකේදද? To identify the entire network, to read the entire network, to detect the entire network being outside. Not to talk to each and every host address. තේරුන්නේ නැහැ සමහරවන්න කතා කරගෙන ඉන්න හන්දා. I can now this is a certain computer which is outside this network. Using this, I am telling that block 192.168.17.3. If I write a command like this, block this, what would be blocked? මේ කම්පියුටර් එන එක block කරන්න කියන 192.168.17.3 වලින්. එහෙනම් who will be blocked now? All the hosts in this network or only this particular host? This particular host can't reach this. මම කියවතා තේරෙනවද? Now I want to block the whole network. Don't accept any command, any data coming from the entire network into this. මෙයාගේ විතරක් නේ මුළු network block කරන්න කියලා කියනවා. Now I want to inform the whole network, not every device separately. And for that to happen, I want to use what? The network address. What is the network address? When all the host bits are going to be 0. And now I am telling the message block 92.168.17.0 coming in. And whoever tries to reach this computer, is it success or fail? දැන් මෙයා යන්න හදනවා. යන්න පුළුවන්ද? බෑ. This is the host address, but the network address of that one is 17.0 that has in program. හරි. එහෙනම් ඔච්චර හිතන්න බැයි නම් සරලම දේ තමයි network address is just like the family name. That is used to identify the whole network being outside. Then with that address, there are many applications. Block them, accept it, filter them, likewise. There are applications, but simple idea is to detect the whole network members without writing their IP addresses separate. ඒගොල්ලෝ address වෙනම ලියන්න නැතුව detecting the whole network at once is by using the network address, by making all the host bits into zeros. හරි කතාව. හරි, we like with the next network address. With a hyphen we like network address is used to identify the entire network, from outside the network, at once. From outside the network at once. Next point. The broadcast address is obtained, not broadcast, sorry, network. The network address is obtained, by making all the host bits into here 0. All the host bits into 0. Example. a host connected into the internet, a host connected into the internet, example, a host connected into the internet, host connected to the internet is configuring host connected to the internet is configuring the network is configuring the network address within my site 192.168.17.0 is configuring the network address 192.168.17.0, configuring the network address, to block all the incoming traffic, from any of the hosts of that network, from any of the hosts of that network. හරි කතා මේ drawing එක නගන්න. එතකොට මේක තමයි network එක, school network එකක් 192.168.17.5 ඔහොම තියෙනවා. ඒතර මෙයාට මම configure කරනවා මේක block කරන්න කියලා. මේ use කරේ අපි what is this address? The network address. මේක තමයි network address. හරි. I configure the network address to say that block anything coming from there to here. හරි. ඔය drawing එක නගන්න ඉඩ තියාගන්න පස්සේ. හරි. දැන් ඊළඟ step එකට. හරි. දැන් එන්නකො එහෙම. හරි. දැන් පුතේ මට මෙහෙම කතාවක් තියෙනවා. ඉන්න මම මේ binary format එකේ ඉන්නේ තාම. හරි. මේක මම මකන්න යන්නේ නැහැ. Now this is one of the IP address of the same network නේ. Then when I go to the binary format here, we got this as 5. Then we can go for another IP address as 98. This is also another IP address which is called as broadcast address. This is a network address. Are they usable to be assigned to the host? ඒවා assign කරන්න බෑ. ඒකට note එකක් දාලා අමතක වුණා මට. හරි. thank you. මරුනේ. හරි. මම මෙහෙම කරොත් උඹලා මෙහෙම කරනවා. මම සූ කිව්වොත් උඹලා සූ කියනවා. හොඳ ගෝලයෝ. හරි එන්න. මේ drawing එක ඉඳ තියන්න. ඉඳ තියලා star එකක් දාලා යන්න. we light both the broadcast address and the network address, are reserved for the specific network, which are not used to assign into the host of the network, network එකේ host ලාට මේක ගහන්න බෑ. they are reserved. හරිනේ. හරි. දැන් එන්නකො මෙන්න මෙතන point එක. මේක drawing එකට ඉඳ තියාගන්න පුතා. මෙයා වැඩගත්. ඊළඟට හරි. then we said that of this the smallest IP address is 0. Is this usable to be assigned to the host? Then what is the next smallest then? Smallest මෙක්කනා මෙයා. But not allowed to be assigned to the host. එහෙනම් මොකද්ද ඊළඟ එක්කනා? 1, making this as 1, then decimal value is going to be 1. Then the next value is 10, next one is 11, 100. That means the decimal value is 2, 3, 4. How many under one? Then likewise up to when can I increase these numbers? From 1 onwards 255. But is 255 is valid? No. What are the host value range? 1 to 254 is the possible value range. 0 is not. 255 is also not. And these are the possible IP addresses to be assigned into that particular network. This can be computed in this manner. Whenever we go for the logic gate lesson, I think everyone has finished logic gates. In it, whenever I have two inputs, how many rows were there in my truth table? 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1. Here, 4. If I have three inputs, how many combinations did I have? 8. 2 to the power n. I have 2 bits, these are bits having ones and zeros. N is the number of bits. If I have 2 bits, I have 4 combinations. If I have 3 bits, I have 8 combinations. Now in this class C, how many combinations can I create to give IP addresses into the same network? එකම network එකේ IP address හදාගන්න how many bits can I change? 8. These are not ne. එහෙනම් now 2 to the power 8 possible combinations are there. Do you agree? 8 තියෙනවනේ එහෙනම් 8ක් තියෙනවා. So there are 2 to the power 8 combinations like we had in our truth tables. If so, what is 258? Sorry, what is 2 to the power 8? 256. Are these entire 256 eligible for the host to be assigned or 2 is reserved? Broadcast and network. Isn't this the total number of hosts to be assigned into the network? You are clear? Here 8 is the number of what bits? N kyanne host bits. You got it. We light the next point again with a star. When considering the binary format, of a class C, network, there are 8 bits reserved for the hosts. There are 8 bits reserved for the hosts. Next point, by changing the above 8 bits, the specific hosts can be generated, but all zeros within brackets, right, network address, but all zeros, comma, all ones, all zeros, next line, all ones within brackets, right, broadcast address, are not suitable, are not used for the hosts, Therefore, හරි. දැන් ඊළඟ line එකේ equation එක අපි ලියාගමු. Therefore on the next line මොකක්ද එන්නේ? Maximum number of hosts per network equals 2 to the power n minus 2. n කියන්නේ මොකක්ද? Number of host bits. ඔන්නෝක තමයි ලොකුම equation එක අපිට සෙල්ලම් කරන්න ඕන. Maximum number of hosts per network is 2 to the power n minus 2. ඇයි minus 2 ආවේ? Network and broadcast. n කියන්නේ number of host bits. හරි. දැන් මට මෙහෙම කියන්න. එන්න class එක C default subnet mask number of host bits maximum number of hosts into the network මේක මට fill කරන්න ඕන. and I want you to take this table. I hope that you can read it, right? So class C, take me parallel with it. මාත් එක්කම දාගන්න. Take it as a table. This is class, then default subnet mask. ඊළඟ එක number of host bits ඊළඟ එක maximum number of hosts. හරි දැන් fill කරගෙන එන්න. class C කොහමද? B කොහමද? A කොහමද? තනියම කරන්න. මම උදව් කරන්නේ නැහැ දැන් පුළුවන් එන්න ඕන. පළවෙනි එක උනම් උදව් කරන්න. class C, what is the default subnet mask? හරි බලාගන්න. class C, what is the default subnet mask? 255.255.255.0. number of host bits කීයක් තියෙනවද මේකේ? class C වල the last octet host bits, right? bits කියන්නේ මොනවද? decimal ද binary ද? binary. Then how many host bits are there? 8. last octet is 0 නේ. එහෙනම් this has 8. එහෙනම් what is the maximum number of hosts? 2 to the power 8 minus 2 මේ අපේ equation එක. maximum number of hosts. එහෙනම් going to be 256 minus 2, making it as 254 is the maximum number of hosts. හරිනේ? දැන් සෙල්ලම දාගෙන යන්න. Now class B, class A. Proceed. Number of hosts is 2 to the power නෙමෙයි පුතා. 8. එයි. host bits ලා කියලා කියන්නේ මේ ටික අන්තිමනේ කො අපි හදපෙකේ. bits කියන්නේ ones and zeros නේ. 2 to the power නෙමෙයි. එතකොට මේ zeros 8යි. zeros 16යි. හරිනේ? Power is separate. Sorry. issues තියෙනවා කතා කරන්න. ෆයිල් වෙනස් නේද? හර්ට් එක වෙන්නේ කොහමද? මෙතන පුතා 3 නේ. එක ඔක්ටට් එක කීයද තියෙන්නේ? 8යි. 8 into 3 is ඔක්ටට් දෙකක් තියෙනවා. එක ඔක්ටට් එක බිට් කීයද? 8. 8 into 2 16. හරි. How is it? Class B default is 255 255 0.0. එහෙනම් we all know that each octet in binary में number of host bits, right? This should be bits, ones and zeros. This is written in decimal. You have to map that binary decimal on your head. And this has 8, this has 8. How many total number of host bits are there? 16 available here. And what is the maximum number of hosts? 2 to the power 16 minus 2. 2 to the power 16 කියන්නේ කීයද? දැනගත්තා නම් හොඳයි ඉතින්. 65539යි. නෑ 36යි. අමුසලා සූ ගන්න එපා ඔයි වරදිනවා. minus 2. 65,536. Then that would be 65,534 is the maximum number of hosts for class B. Then class C. Sorry, class A. 255, 255, 0.0.0. Then now here we have 8 bits, another 8 bits, another 8 bits. Then altogether how many host bits are there? 24. What is the maximum number of hosts? 2 to the power 24 minus 2. ඒක නම් මම කියන්නේ නැහැ ඔයගොල්ලෝ බය වෙන හන්දා. මට බැරි හන්දා නෙවෙයි. ඒක මම ලියන්නේ නැත්තේ. ඒ වගේම මට තියන්න වැඩක් නැහැ. හරි. This is maximum number of hosts. හරි. දැන් එන්න if your network is selected from class C, how many maximum number of hosts you can plug? Class C, you know, 254. If your network is from class B, how many hosts that you can plug? 65,000. Then class A now, okay, say that you are being assigned to design your school network. From which class will you select IP addresses? School network, how many computers, how many hosts will you expect? How many hosts will you expect? School na 50, 60, maximum 100, 100 damut logo there. If so, which class is suitable? Class C. Class C gives you 254. Then 100 is manageable. Why don't you select class B? Track out and find them mata school network design කරන්න ඕන. I know that there are hosts, maximum 100 hosts are there. Then you all suggest me go to class C. පුතේ අහගන්නකෝ අනේ අන්තිම ටික. මේ ටික අහගන්නකෝ break එකට කලින්. 100 hosts ගහන්න ඕන. class C එකක් ඔයගොල්ලෝ කියනවා. class B මම කියනවා use කරන්න කියලා. Can no can't. How many hosts are there for class C? Sorry, class B? 65,000. Among 65,000, can't I accommodate 100? පුළුවන්නේ. ගෙදරින් තාත්තගෙන් ඉල්ලන රුපියල් 50ක්. තාත්තා දෙනවා 500ක්. එපා කියනවද? නෑනේ. ඉතින් මේ මට 100යි ඕන. මම මේ 65000 ගානක net IP එකක් ගහනවා. අවුල්ද? අයියෝ එතෙන්දී අවුල් වෙන්නේ. අවුල තමයි whenever the network is ready. Now listen this, right? These are very important facts. Whenever we design the network allowing 65,000 hosts to be connected, we design that to connect 65,000, but we use only 100. එහෙනම් when I am sending a message from one host to another, when I am sending one from another, the network should verify the destination among how many IP addresses? 65,000 IP addresses are there. Among 65,000, they want to find one. එහෙනම් will the communication be fast or slower? Table එකේ 65000 තියෙනවා records. ඒකෙන් තමයි මේ 100 දෙනා හොයාගන්න ඕන. එහෙනම් since we have 100 searching through 65000 receivers is time taken job. එහෙනම් we must select the hosts. We must select the classes depending on the number of hosts we are going to connect. මම කියපේ තේරුණාද? Then if I have 100 hosts to be accommodated, I must select IPs from class C. Even class B is working. What is the issue now? අදන් කියන්නේ. If I select class B, what will happen as the impact? Communication would be slower. Can't I select class A as well? පුළුවන්. But communication will be further slower in it. Then we have to select the appropriate version. දැන් මම කියනවා dialogue network. Is there a digital network? Dialogue telecommunication? Dialogue. Can you access internet through dialogue? Yes. If so, is that digital or not? Your smartphone, when you turn on Wi-Fi, when you turn on mobile data, should that be assigned with an IP address? Hey, you are connected to the data network. And that should be with an IP address. Now, when you think of dialogue, from which class have they taken their IP addresses? Class C වෙන්න පුළුවන්ද? There. They have subscribers from around the country. Then hopefully they may select one from class B or class A. I think B is also not enough, right? Then they might have selected from class A. You are clear? So then that's the way how you decide which class is suitable for my requirement. කතාව තේරුණාද? පොඩි සායකක් දාලා ලියාගමු after the table. Right? The class, sorry, wait. When designing a network, with maximum 100 hosts, when design network with maximum 100 hosts, comma, class C IP address is best suitable since class C provides maximum 254. Class C provides maximum 254 within brackets, right? 2 to the power 8 minus 2. Maximum 254 hosts for the network. While class B and A are not suitable since they have a larger number of hosts. They have larger number of hosts. Within bracket side, 2 to the power 16 minus 2, comma, 2 to the power 24 minus 2. Larger number of hosts available, making the communication slower. Right? Now we have to select the appropriate class. Right. Then තවත් චූටි දෙයක් කියන්නම් break එකට කලින් එතකොට කතාව set. එන්න. දැන් මට design කරන්න ඕන network එකක් එන්න. I have somewhere like 240 maximum number of hosts. What is the class? School එකේ 240 තමයි maximum ගන්න. එතනින් එහාට ගහන්න නෑ අපි. මෙච්චරයි අපිට accommodate කරන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙනම් මොකද class එක? Class C. ඊළඟ ඉස්සෝලේ කියනවා we need to have a network to accommodate 270 maximum number of hosts. What is IP address? Class C පුළුවන්ද? When I want to accommodate 240, class C is fine. Class හරිනේ? ඇයි 254 තියෙනවනේ. ඒතර 240 කියලා කියන්නේ manageable. දැන් තව network එකක් design කරනවා 270 දාලා. That is the maximum number of hosts. Is this suitable to select from class C? බෑනේ. ඇයි? Class C gives you maximum 254. I won't have 270 to be accommodated. එහෙනම් මොකද දාන්න වෙන්නේ class? B වලට යනවා. class B ගියොත් මොකද වෙන්නේ? 65000 තියෙනවා. දැන් මග සිටියොත් ඕනහි ගෙදර ගියොත් අඹුනසේ. මේක C ගන්න බෑ තව ටිකක් මදි වෙනවා. B ගත්තොත් හෙන ගොඩක් වෙනවා. එහෙනම් මොකද කරන්නේ? Then you have an option called as subnetting. ඔන්න ඕක තමයි ඕගොල්ලන්ට අමාරුයි කියලා කියන කෑල්ල. හරි. Then these are playing with default subnet mask. So we need to accommodate the number of hosts according to our requirement. That is the process called as subnetting. හරි. subnetting කරලා අපිට ඕක manage කරගන්න පුළුවන්. හරි. එහෙනම් ඒක breaking පස්සට දාමු. Komari, I'm really thankful for you for the patience to wait until 11:30. At the same time, I hope that you got things right. මේ වෙනකන් සෑහෙන දෙයක් ගොඩ දාගන්න නැති. ඉස්කෝල වල හරි තව කොහරි කරා ඒ වගේ සපෝට් එකත් එක්ක හරි කොහොම හරි කමන්නේ. ඔයගොල්ලෝ ගොඩ යනවා නම් එච්චරයි වෙන්න ඕන. අල්ලගෙන යන්න. හරි. එහෙනම් we'll start the session somewhere around 12. 12 ඉඳන් 3 වෙනකන් යන් ඊළඟට. හරි. මම යන්න. එතකොට ඉවරයි. මේ ගණන් හදන්න තියෙන ලේසිය එතකොට. Right. Then we'll proceed. So then, for the moment, we have covered the IP address concepts. Regarding the concepts, we said that the IP addresses are of 32 bits. Then the available IP addresses are blocked into 4 blocks, whereas each block is of 8 bits. Then when you consider the decimal format of this one is each block has to have a value in between 0 to 255. And then these IP addresses are categorized into classes based on the first octet. Then class A goes with 0 to 127, B goes with 128 to 191, C goes from 192 to 223, D goes from 224 to 239, E goes from 240 to 255. And then these are used for special purposes, not used in our practical networks. And then A, B, C are the ones that we are using practically. And then all these IP addresses are categorized them into network host distribution. Then class A now network host. This is network host. This is network host. And we assign a default subnet mask for this. The network has indicated by 255.0.0. This is 255.255.0.0. This is 255.255.255.0. Then later we said about another important equation, that is the number of hosts equals 2 to the power n minus 2. So n is indicating as the number of host bits. Then with the number of host bits, we can calculate how many maximum number of hosts are there, parallel with the other details called as broadcast address. The broadcast address is computed by making all the host bits into broadcast comes, all the host bits are made into ones. And the network address is made making all the host bits into zeros. Then further, so since the others are not yet arrived, we'll do some questions in the route, right? Before going to the next concept, in the first page, we have the second question available. Identify the class default subnet mask while calculating the broadcast address and the network address of each of the following IP addresses. Just try part A. I'll give you 2-3 minutes. On your own, try to get it. Then when you are doing this, you may get the help of binary version as well. Right? So just do the things that you can do without any hesitation. When you are struggle, try to represent them in binary and then fight with the knowledge what we did. Hopefully you may get it. Balan, question number 2, part A. Then the IP address given here is 203 150 10 and 100. Then for this we want to calculate the class, default subnet mask, broadcast and the network address. Try එකක් දාන්න බා. Even I think online people have the material with you. Soft copy has been shared earlier. Right. Then the question number 2, part A. මේකේ class එකයි, default subnet mask එකයි, broadcast address එකයි, network address එකයි, you need to find it. Struggle කරන්න බලන්න. First two are obviously there. Class default subnet mask, you can make it. Anybody? අවසාන උත්තරේ on decimal වලින් හදන්නවට binary ඕන වෙයි. Then finally you need to represent the value in, right? But to do the working you need binary fighting. Binary වලින් තමයි fight කරන්න වෙන්නේ. In order to find the broadcast and network, you need to fight binary. Send the final answers as decimal. Then go to the example where we did that broadcast address and network address part. We did an example how to find the broadcast and network in binary format, the lengthy one. Try to get help from that example. Right, then to do this simply, now look at the board. Now no issue, this is going to be of class C. Then what is the default subnet mask? 255.255.255.0. Now subnet mask is used to guide the blocks of the IP into host and network. Now I want to find the broadcast address. How to get the broadcast address? Making the host bits into ones. Now I want to convert all these into binary format, host bits. Then their host bits should be focused. Then host bits are available in the last octet. Then I may just write the binary format of this. When I write the binary format, I am mixing binary and decimal together. The thing is, these need not to be considered for the broadcast address. Broadcast address, network address are playing with host bits. Therefore, wasting time of writing binary, so I am writing this first half in decimal itself, 10, and the last octet is going to be written in binary. Then I want to write 100 in binary. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 1, 2, 8. Then this is 96. 4 more. Then that goes like 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 0. And I wrote it. And the subnet mask is this IP binary. This is a subnet mask. That's going to be 255, 255, 255. These are going to be hosts. Then the subnet mask will indicate the bits of the IP address into network and host. So we recognize that all these 8 bits are representing what bit? Host bits. Now, if I want to go to the broadcast address, what should I do? Now, without any issue, I can go to the broadcast address. What is it? Make all the host bits into 1. Now, 203, 150, 10, these are going to be made as 1s. Right? I have to write the subnet mask and the IP parallel. The job of the subnet mask is to guide the bits of the IP address into host and network. Subnet mask, these are going to be 1s. Sorry. 0, 0, 0. Take a sorry. Sorry, it should be zeros. Sorry. 255, 255 zeros. Sorry. Then these are indicating them as host bits. Sorry. Host bits. IP දුන්න එක binder වෙන ලියාගත්තා. Subnet mask එකත් binder වෙන ලියාගත්තා. එහෙනම් according to subnet mask, these are indicating the host bits. So මේවා host bits හන්දා to get the broadcast address, I want to make all the host bits into මොනවද? Ones. Then my broadcast is going to be 8 ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The decimal value is going to be 255. And our final broadcast address is 203, 150, 10.255. Is it? Correct. Now I want to go to the network address. How to get the network address? Making the host bits into 0. Now, this is going to be 203.150.10 dot. These are the host bits. I want to make all of them into zeros. And I'm going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. In decimal, it would be 0. So the final network address is going to be 203.150.10.0 is the network address. Omayoga compute karaga. You better write the IP and the subnet mask parallelly and label the blocks, label the bits into network or host accordingly. Right. Then in the same manner, we'll do another question here. Yes, part C. Do that as well. Part C. That is given as 150.20.110.1. Then detect the class. Then detect the subnet mask. And after that, find the broadcast and network. What is the class? 150 in the sense class B. Default subnet mask is 255.255.0.0. And now I want to detect the network bits and host bits of the given IP. And now I am going to go for the binary format of this, binary format of the IP. That is 150.20. Since these are the hosts, I may manage the binary format. Now 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. To go for 1110, this is 96. This is going to be 4. This is 1, 14. 0, 11, 0, 3 ones, 0. And the other one is 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Then if I write the subnet mask parallel to this one, that goes as 255, 255. Default subnet mask is last two octets are zeros. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So then zeros at the subnet mask are indicating them as what? Host bits. These are host. Even these are host. Even these are going to be hosts. So that I can obtain the broadcast address, sorry, network broadcast address by making the host bits into 1. And now the IP is going to be written comparing the host bits. Now these are the network bits according to subnet mask. Now going to be 150, 20. These are going to be made as completely 1. Then I'm making them as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And our final broadcast address would be 150, 20, 5, and 255. Then the network address, that is by making all the host bits into 0. These are network bits, remain as it is. Then in decimal it would be 150, 20, 0.0. Okay, Hade? Then that's the real way how you compute them. Okay, shortcut එක තමයි whenever we go for IP address like this. Right, okay, that's okay. Shortcut කියන්නේ කො තායි පොඩ්ඩක් පැටලෙනවා. Right, then in that manner, hope that you can get the answers for the rest. That's fine. Right. Now shall we start the other part, which is called as subnetting. Right. ඔන්න මේක තව question එකක් ගමුද? ඒක ඕනේ දැන් shape එක කරගෙන යන්න පුළුවන්. අපිට අපි ගමු. හරි. Now we are going into the next work called as subnetting, the most important part to be covered. Subnetting. It is something like this. Before the break, I introduced you. Normally, we have fixed set of margins for the class rates. Class C gives you 254. Class B gives you 65,534. And class A gives you 2 to the power 24 minus 2 maximum number of hosts. If we need to have the number of hosts which are in between, we have to jump into class C or class B, don't have any suitable connectivity. That's one reason. The other reason is sometimes you may design your network with subnets. What is that idea? It is something like this. Say that in our school, I'm going to design the school network. Hari. Oh, concentrate වෙලා පුතේ. සාමාන්‍යයෙන් වෙන්නේ අර බ්‍රේක් එකෙන් පස්සේ ගොඩක් අය ඩිස්කරේජ් වෙනවා. අපි හැටිදී මිනිස්සු හැටිනේ කෑවට පස්සේ බඩර පොඩක් සෙට් වෙනවානේ. එතකොට පොඩක් නිදිමත ගතියක් එනවා. ඒක. අනිත් එක දැන් පොඩ්ඩක් අර ක්ලාස් එකේදී දැන් ඔයගොල්ලෝ ඉස්සරෝම ආවා වගේ නෙවෙයි. දැන් පොඩ්ඩක් එළියට ගිහිල්ලා අර කපුටන්ට ගල් ගහලා හරි ලව් දිහා බලලා පොඩ්ඩ දැන් ටියුන් එකේ ඉන්නේ. ඒ ගැම්ම පොඩ්ඩක් මේ රෙඩියුස් කරගෙන ආයෙ ફોකස් කරගත්තොත් ඔයගොල්ලෝ දිනු. මේක තමයි ඕනම කැල්ල. එකයි සීන් එක. ඒකන්ද ඒ පොඩි කලබල ගතිය අයින් කරගෙන ફોකස් කරගන්න. මම මෙච්චර මේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ රික්වෙස්ට් කරන්නේ මොකද මේක අමාරු හන්ද. ඔයගොල්ලෝම දන්නවා කරපු අය දන්නවා මේක කෙලවිලා දැන් තියෙන්නේ කියලා. ඉස්කෝලවල හරි කොහේ හරි කරපෙවුන් දන්නවා දැන් පොරි වෙලා ඉන්නේ. ඒකද මේක උඩ දාගන්න. සමහරව එහෙම දන්නෙත් නැති අයටත් මම මේ කියන්නේ. ඉස්කෝල වලින් කරලත් නැහැ කොහෙන් කරලත් නැහැ. සමහරට මොකක් හරි ඔය වෙලා කරගන්න ඕන කියලා හිතන අය කරගන්න you need to have the full concentration. තවත් චූටි දෙයක් කියන්න. දැන් පුතේ උදේ ඉඳන් මාත් එක්ක හිටියනේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ. Then I think everyone got many more things regarding our IP addressing, right? Than what you, especially my children, right? මගේ කට්ටියට මං හිතන්නේ කොහෙන්වත් මේ කවර් වෙලා නැතුව ඇති මේ ඉවෙන්ට් එක කලින්. ඒතර ස්කෝලෙන් කවර් වෙන්නේ නැති සමහර ලාවට. Then the knowledge that you had, now you are in a certain level. That is because your support, right? That is because of you. I gave a certain support, but you did the big thing. මම පොඩි ගයිඩ්ලයින් එකක් දුන්නේ. ඕගොල්ලෝ වැඩ ගොඩක් කරා. You all dedicated a lot during the morning 3 hours. That's why you are in this level now. Now, whenever the IP address is given, you can determine the class. A big achievement. And then you know how to distribute the network and host bits. It's your achievement. Likewise, get the next 3 hours in the same manner. That is your success. I'll be here. I'm doing my job. You are the one to make this event success or not. Then say that I'm going to design a school network. Then in the school, the administration has given you the instruction to say that I want to manage my school network in smaller sub-networks. You understand the word sub-networks. The main network is the big network. In the school, we can have computers in the principal's office one, the grade 7, the teacher's office another, labs we have another, many more places are there. All can be connected to one network. Say that there are somewhere like 200 computers spread along with the entire school. Everywhere the computers are there, all are connected. Then the topologies and many more things are there. Forget about it. All are connected. That's going to be one single network. Other than that, you decide that no, rather than arranging all the hosts into one single network, I am going to plan my network into sub networks. That means I am going to cluster some of the computers in OLICT lab into one. This is the OLICT lab. There are somewhere like 20 computers. I want to treat that as one single unit. And then A-level computer lab. This is A-level computer lab. Then there are somewhere like 30 hosts. Then I want to prepare that as a separate network. And then the office network in the principal's office and whatever the office environment, we have some computers. Say that there are 10 computers, that's going to be one another. Rather than connecting them together at once, I am connecting all the computers in the office into one single network. There are 10 hosts and all the computers in the A-level lab, O-level lab into separate. Then these are going to be connected together to form the main network. Now, rather than connecting all these computers into one, is going to be well arranged. Now I have clustered them properly. Then my network management would be highly comfortable. Suddenly, we will provide the internet connection to the entire school network. Then we said that don't give internet connection to the computer labs. Then A-level lab, O-level lab, no internet, while the office is going to get the internet connection. Since we are clustered, can't those facilities be nicely arranged? I want to select the IP addresses of these computers and all should be blocked separately. මේ IP එකට ඉන්ටරෙක්ට් එපා. මේකට එපා. මේකට එපා කිය IP address 100කට විතර වෙනම ලියන්න ඕන. But now I am telling that the whole subnetwork for A level no internet. The whole subnetwork for O level no internet. But the whole office subnetwork need the internet. Also we can accommodate a printer here in the office. Then we can program the printing software telling that accept printing jobs only from this subnetwork, not from any other. Since we have categorized them into subnetworks. And do you understand the value of preparing our network into subcategories? All are of the same school network, but categorize them into smaller networks within the entire network. This is a benefit. Then physically, it is possible to arrange our connectivities. We didn't do the devices yet. Then we can have switches, cables, routers. With that, we can physically arrange them. Not only that, when we assign the IP addresses, IP address should indicate that this IP address given for this host is of the main school network is of this subnetwork, this host. Another point take it down. Even the IP addresses we use should indicate the three sections. A, may balan. Then may host, if it is A, for which network it belongs to? Host A කියන එක කරන්නේ මොන network එකේද? Office network එකේද? School network එකේද? A level network එකේද? This is available in the school network. මම කියන්නේ මුළු network එක school network. That means whenever you say the school network, what is indicated by that? The whole big network. Of the school network, in which subnetwork it belongs to. This is belong to the office subnetwork. And then this is the host A in it. You understand that? Now whenever we assign the IP address should indicate the three things. Generally, what are the two main things indicated by the IP address? IP address will indicate what and what? Network and the host. IP එකේ තියෙනවා network එකයි host එකයි තියෙනවා. Network block will indicate what? The network that it belongs to, the study school network. And host will indicate that the specific IP address, the specific host of that network. But with this movement, we want to indicate the network that it belongs to, then the subnetwork that it belongs to, as well as the host. දැන් කතාව තේරුණාද? අතර මම දැන් මේකට ඇඩ්‍රස් එක දෙනකොට දෙන්න ඕන මේ network එකේ මේ subnetwork එකේ මේ host කියලා. You understand that? Then if I go to this host, should that use the same network address or different network address than this? මේ දෙන්නගේ network address එක same ද different ද? Same. Subnetwork address එක same ද different ද? Host address එක different. When I consider A and E, what about the network address of these two? Same or different? Same. Subnetwork address different. This is in another subnetwork than earlier. Host address should also be different. You understand that? Now we need to modify the IP address to indicate the three things. Earlier we did the two, but with subnetting we want to represent some more. Hope that you are clear. Then that's the requirement of subnetting. We'll go to the subtopic, subnetting. Right, there we light. When designing the networks, it is beneficial to arrange the network in smaller subnetworks so that it it is beneficial, so that it is beneficial to manage, it is beneficial to manage control the available resources, to manage, control the available resources of the network better than connecting all the devices, into a single network, together. Into a single network together. Example, a school network can be designed, by maintaining three subnetworks, for OLICT lab, ALICT lab, and the office subnetwork, Next point, since all the subnetworks are of the same school network, all the subnets are of the same school network, it is a must to connect them together, to form, the main school network, Now leave space for this drawing. Then we'll go further. After the subnetting is formed, after the subnetting, it is possible, to block, the internet facility, to the computer labs, while allowing the office to access, Next point, Also the printer, also the printer, also the printer is allowed to be accessed by, also the printer is allowed to be accessed by the office and OL subnetwork only. Office and OL subnetwork only. හරි කතන්දරේ. ඔය වගේ manage කරගන්න ලේසි. හරි. Now we'll move to the next point. After designing the network, next point, after designing the network physically, after designing the network physically, it is a must to modify, it is a must to modify the IP addressing scheme, it is a must to modify the IP addressing scheme to represent, IP addressing scheme to represent the three sections named as, we list them: network block, within brackets write network bits. Next point, subnetwork block, subnet bits, host block, host bits. And these bits are coming in the binary format. Block is available in the decimal format. IP address should be modified to represent the network bits, subnet bits, and the host bits. Then the network bits and host bits only. So we have introduced the subnet bits. So then that is the usage. I'll take a class C network. This is not right. What is the default subnet mask of class C? 255.255.255.255.0. If I write this in binary, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How many? Then after the process called as subnetting, this is what subnetting is. Then in this indication, we all know that these are representing what bits? Network bits. And these are representing what bits? Host bits. Medical host bits. Then subnetting is the process. Subnetting is the process of changing the host bits, not all, I'll say that changing some of the host bits into ones. On a subnetting කරන වැඩේ IP address උත් එක්ක. This is a real subnetwork. මේක තමයි real subnetwork එක. But physical arrangement is no longer enough. We want to play with IP addressing. Then in IP addressing, doing the subnetting is available host bits are turning into ones. So this is still the IP address, sorry, subnet mask. Now I may go to a new subnet mask like this after the subnetting. ඔන්න අලුත් එකක් මම හදාගන්නවා. බලන්න කොහොමද හැදෙන්නේ කියලා මේ. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. During the subnetting process, am I eligible to change the network bits? During the subnetting work, am I allowed to do any change to the network bits? What bits are changed? Host bits. එහෙනම් මේ ටික මොකද වෙන්නේ? Remains the same. එහෙනම් 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now I am eligible to change this host bit. Changing is zeros are turning into මොකද්ද? Ones. Then when you are doing that change, another rule is there. You must keep doing that change from the LHS owner. From the left hand corner only, you are allowed to change these zeros into ones. Can't change them randomly. Keep maintaining this ones order further. And now I am doing a change like this: 1, 1, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do I need to have another 2 zeros? So this is all. How zeros දෙකක් දාමුද? පුළුවන් එහෙම? Bad. Then my IP address is going beyond 32 bits. No, I am limited to 30 bits. Then what can I do is I may change these zeros into 1, changing them not to add more. And now this is going to be the modification. I modified my default subnet mask by adding 2 extra ones. And then my number of host bits has been reduced into key 6. Earlier I had 8. There were 8. Now there are only 6 host bits. There are 6 host bits only. Then how many network bits are available? Network bits kiyak තියෙනවද? Same number, 24 network bits are there. Then what about these yellow color ones? Indicating the host, the network, the subnet. Subnet. I add these 2 ones. I converted them to represent what block? Subnet. And these are indicating the subnet bits. There are 2 subnet bits available, whereas there are 6 host bits available. Having network 20 bits available. Correct? දැන් ඉතින් ප්‍රශ්නයක්. ඇයි එහෙම දෙකක් දැම්මේ? ඇයි සර් ඔයා මෙතන තුනක් දැම්මේ නැති? තුනක් දැම්ම නම් ෂෝක් නේ. දෙකක් විතරක් එල්ලගෙන ඉන්නේ ඇයි? එහෙම ප්‍රශ්න එනවනේ. ඒක අපි හදාගමු. Simply I am telling that the modification where we can do. Right? So then this is the way how you apply subnetting rules into the IP address. Still I didn't take the IP address. I am playing with the subnet mask only. Now if I go to this subnet mask, what is that value in decimal? What decimal එක දෙන්න ටක් ගාලා. First block is කීයද? 255. ඊළඟ block එක 255. Next block is 255. What is the other block? 128 and 64 කීයද? 192. එහෙනම් is this going to be a valid subnet mask or invalid subnet mask? This is valid. Is that one of the default or subnetted mask? Subnetted mask. I have modified the host bits into ones to indicate the subnetworks in it. You got the idea? Right. Then the next thing. After doing this job, after doing this job, my host bits were reduced into 6. If so, how many maximum number of hosts can I have per subnetwork? Maximum number of hosts. What is the equation? 2 to the power n minus 2. What is the n value? Then n value 8 the 6th. 6. And maximum number of hosts is going to be 2 to the power 6 minus 2 going to be here. 64 minus 2 going to be 62. Earlier we had 254. Now 64. Then parallel to that, these two are indicating the subnet. With these two subnet bits, we can prepare how many subnetworks? 2 to the power 2. A binary logic gate. With two places, I can have 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1. I'll do a question for better explanation. Then these two are indicating the subnet. Now we are forming another equation, maximum number of subnetworks equals 2 to the power m. I use another letter. What is m indicating? Number of bits, the subnet bits. That is a new equation for us to work with. How many subnetworks are there? 2 to the power 2 creating 4. With this, I can create 4 subnetworks. In my school network, how many I need? 3. I need 3, they are giving 4. Can't I use this? Then this is one, another. And for into one of the subnetworks, how many hosts can I plug at maximum? 62. Now the things are getting cleared, right? Here we have 62, another 62, another 62. Also, if I need, I can have one another as well. Then altogether, I can maintain 62 into 4 subnetworks to the full network. Isn't that? A maximum subnetwork හතරක් ගන්න පුළුවන් කිව්වනේ. Got it? This is going to be 8, this is going to be 2. 248 hosts can be connected now. හරිනේ class C එක 254 ගහන්න පුළුවන් with some extra things. This is going to be the maximum with the subnetting work. ඔන්න subnetting idea එක. We'll do a question, then you will get the things. For the moment, you got things. So modify the default subnet mask by changing the host bits into ones, indicating them as the subnetwork. And with that, number of hosts are going to be reduced, number of subnets are going to be introduced. Network bits remains the same. හරි කතන්දරේ. ඔකයි කරන්නේ. දැන් කොහොමද කරන්නේ කියලා පස්සේ බලමු. හරි, we'll complete the note now. Next. Right? Consider next point. Consider a class C network. Consider a class C network having the default subnet mask, 255.255.255.255.0. Class C network having the default subnet mask 255.255.255.0. Next point, when it is written in binary, there are 24 network bits. There are 24 network bits and 8 host bits. And 8 host bits. Next point, the subnetting process related to the IP addressing is by changing the available host bits, within bracket zeros. By changing the available host bits within zeros of the default subnet mask of the default subnet mask into ones from the LHS, from the LHS left hand side, from the left hand side. Next point, let's modify, next point, let's modify the default subnet mask. Let's modify the default subnet mask of class C. Let's modify the default subnet mask of class C by changing the first two host bits, by changing the first two host bits into subnet bits, into subnet bits. Itu right once, which will reduce the number of host bits, from 8 into 6, from 8 into 6. Next point, as a result, the new subnet mask, after the subnetting, is generated as here 255, 255, 255, 192. Unit as 255, 255, 255, 192. හරිනේ. එහෙනම් පුතේ දැන් මේක දාගන්න ඉඩ තියාගන්න. දැන් මම අඳින්න දෙන්නේ නැහැ. හරි. මෙන්න class C default subnet mask එක network bits මෙච්චර ගාණක් තිබ්බා. host bits 8ක් තිබ්බා. Then we do the subnetting. ඔය description එකේ හැටියට. Then I change some of the host bits into ones. Then new subnet mask comes like this. Here the network bits are 24, subnet bits are 2, host bits are 6, and we get the new subnet mask. Right. Then we write further after leaving space. We want to leave spacious and maintain that. And then we write after the subnetting, comma, we write maximum number of hosts per subnetwork, equals 2 to the power n minus 2. Right? After the subnetting, maximum number of hosts per subnetwork, singular, 2 to the power n minus 2. So ඒකෙත් ඕනනම් n කෙනෙක් indicate කරමු number of host bits. That's going to be 6. හරිනේ. So that number of host bits, number of hosts per subnetwork is going to be 2 to the power 6 minus 2. 2 to the power 6 in the sense 62, 4 minus 2 going to be 62 hosts. ඔය දෙලියා ගන්න. Maximum number of hosts per subnetwork 2 to the power n minus 2. NQA 6 වුණා. හරිනේ? නැබදේ? හරිද? කොතනද? නෑ n කියන්නේ host bits. m තමයි subnet bits. එන්න අපි හුරු එකනේ ඉස්සෙල්ලාම. එන්න එහෙමම තියාගමු. හරිනේ? හරිනේ? එතකොට මෙතන n කියලා කියන්නේ number of host bits. අපි එහෙම ඉස්සෙල්ලාත් ගත්තේ. Number of host bits minus 2 will make the number of host 62. හරි? issues තියෙනවා කතා කරන්න එහෙම. Okay. හරි. then we got it. දැන් තමයි අලුත් equation එක එන්නේ. මොකද අලුත් equation එක? Number of subnetworks. හරි? then on the next line we'll write ඊළඟ equation එක then maximum number of subnetworks equals 2 to the power m. එහෙනම් මෙතන m කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? Number of subnetwork bits. ඔන්න ඊළඟ ඕන කරන equation එක. හරිනේ? maximum number of works 2 to the power m. m කියන්නේ maximum number of subnet bits का. In this case m is going to be kiyada? 2. Therefore maximum number of subnetworks is 2 to the power 2. 4 subnetworks can be created. හරිනේ? It can create 4 subnetworks. හරි. දැන් මට එන්නකෝ ඊළඟ page එකට tut එකේ. Go to the second page. Then there's the first block of questions. Question number 1. Find the number of hosts and number of subnetworks the following IP address configurations. ඒකේ මට A කැලල කරලා දෙන්න. Question number 1 part A. Do that. Question number 1 part A. They are given subnet mask as 255, 255, 255, 224. දැන් මේකට කියනවා මොනවද හොයන්න කියලා කියන්නේ maximum number of hosts. ඊළඟට and the subnetworks. How many subnetworks this configuration can create and how many maximum number of hosts can be there for a single subnetwork. බලන්න හදලා. චුට්ටක් හිතන්න මම උදව් කරන්නේ නැහැ. එහෙනම් in order to get these two what should you know? එන්න පොඩි උදව්වක් කරන්න ඕන උදව් කරන්නේ නැහැ කියලා පවුනේ. In order to get the number of hosts, what should I know? How many host bits are there? How can I identify the number of host bits among these two values? Should I use the IP address or subnet mask to find the host bits? Takala again. IP address again the host bits la gana subnet mask again. Subnet mask will indicate. Now by writing the subnet mask, I may detect how many host bits are there. To get that, should I keep the subnet mask like this or turn that into binary? Binary turn කරන්න එපා. Then all bits are identified. And then I want to find the number of subnets. What should I find? M. M කියන්නේ subnet bits. How to find subnet bits? Subnet bits are the subnet bits කියන්නේ මොනවද? The extra ones added into the subnet mask. Default එකේ නැතුව අමතර තියෙනවා ටිකනේ. ඒ ටික තමයි subnet bits එන්නේ. They are the extra ones added, right? Then by focusing onto the subnet mask, you may find that these are extra, they are subnets. Then proceed. I'll give you 2-3 minutes. If you have issues, talk to me. roughly කරන්න pencil එකකින් හරි කමන්නේ. පුළුවන් ඔකොටම පුළුවන් ඕක. subnet mask එක IP එක ගත්තා binary වලට convert කරා මේවා තමයි host bits මේවා subnet bits කීයක indicate කරගෙන එන්නේ. ඔව් ලියා ගන්න. එහෙනම් ඉස්සරහට යනවා. ඉතින් ගන්න ටික. ඉතින් පේනවද? මොකද දැන් කරන්න ඕන? What should you do? subnet mask එක මොකෙන්ද ලියන්නේ? subnet mask එක ලියනවා binary වලින්. හරි binary වලින් ලියලා detect කරගන්න මේවා තමයි host. මේවා තමයි subnets. ඊට පස්සේ equation දෙකට දාලා ගන්න එච්චරයි. ඔක තමයි වෙලා දෙන්නේ. balcony එකට ආපුවම tune එකම තමයි ඉතින් ඈ. right. මේ ටික තමයි ඕන මේක මම මේ මෙච්චර පස්සෙන් පන්නන්නේ ඈ. ඔය කැලේ නැතුව මුකුත් ගොඩ දා ගන්න බෑ. මොකදනේ? ඔක බයින්ඩ් ලියන්න පුතා. මේක බයින්ඩ් එකෙන් ලියන්න. subnet mask එකෙන් ඩිටෙක්ට් කරගන්න. IP එකද? ඒක ලියලා වැඩක් නැහැ. මොකද මේක දිහා බලලානේ අපි ඩිටෙක්ට් කරගන්නේ කවුද host කවුද network කියලා. ඒතර මෙයාගේ බයින්ඩ් එක තමයි ඕන කරන්නේ. මෙයා දීලා දෙන්නේ වෙන reason එකක් මම පස්සේ කියන්නම්. ඔව් මෙයා බයින්ඩ් කරගන්න. කරගෙන බලන්න එයාගෙන් hostලා කවුද network කවුද subnet කවුද කියලා. good. ඉතින් එච්චරයි. මොකද මේ සීන් එක? බයින්ඩ් කන්වර්ට් වෙන්නේ නැද්ද? හරි මොකද්ද වෙන්නේ? දැන් පුතේ අපිට in order to find the number of host subnetworks we need to play with two equations නේ. මොනවද? number of host equation goes as 2 to the power n minus 2. n කියන්නේ මොනවද? host bits. අනිත් equation තමයි number of subnetworks going to be 2 to the power m. m කියන්නේ subnet bits. Hurry. Then to detect the number of subnet bits, to detect the number of host bits, I want to play with the subnet mask. හරිනේ? bits තියෙන එතනනේ. එහෙනම් මෙයා මම binary වලින් ලියනවා. then what is the network? අහගන්න. What is the network where this configuration belongs to? What is the class of this network? මොන class එකද මෙයා ඉන්නේ? class C. ඇයි ඒ? How do you detect this as class C? මෙයා class C කියලා අඳුරගත්තේ කොහොමද? back row on the front. මෙයා class C කියලා අඳුරගත්තේ කොහොමද? The first block of the IP is given as 197. එහෙනම් මූ class C. හරි? So I may write the given subnet mask in binary. හොඳට බලා ගන්නකෝ. මේ given subnet mask in binary. එතකොට I don't use these three. These are class C network නේ. I දඟලලා වැඩක් නැහැනේ. I'll just write them as decimal itself. 255, 255, 255. Now the last octet 224. Give me the binary. Binary එක මොකද වෙන්නේ? 1 අය 1 තව තියනවද? 1 තවත් තියනවද? No, other ones are zeros. Then how many zeros are there? Right. On the given subnet mask. Now, since he is from class C, what is the default subnet mask? Class C default එක කීයද? 255, 255, 255, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. හරිනේ? එහෙනම් comparing with default and the given one, these ones are indicating what? These three are what? Subnet. A default එකත් එක්ක compare කරලා තමයි බලන්නේ how many extra ones have been created. And these are going to be the subnet bits. We are going to get them as 3. While having five host bits. දැන් හදාගන්න බැයිද? Then we can go for the maximum number of hosts equals 2 to the power n minus 2. What is the n value? Number of host bits. Here හම්බුණාද? 5. And what is the maximum number of hosts available? 2 to the power 5 minus 2 going to be 32 minus 2, making that as 30 hosts per subnetwork. හරිනේ? Next equation, maximum number of subnetworks equals 2 to the power m. What is m value? Number of subnetwork bits. How many subnetwork bits are there? 3. And I'm going to be 2 to the power 3 goes as 8 subnetworks. හරිනේ? Then always you need to detect the subnet bits as well as the host bits. It's better if you can write your answer in this manner. ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් තව කේස් එකක් කරනවා දැන් මම මේක කියලා දෙනකොට තේරෙනවා. ඊළඟ දැන් අද ගෙදර ගියපුවාම බැලුවොත් තේරෙයි. බලන්නේ නැහනේ. ඊළඟ ආය දවස් 5කින් විතර බලපුවාම අන්න කෙලියා. මෙතන 255 තියෙනවා මෙතන 1 තියෙනවා කොහෙන්ද අඩේ මෙතන 1 ආවේ ඇයි මේවා සබ්නෙට් උනේ ඔන්න ඔළුවේ කස ගහන්න ගන්නවා. ඒක හන්දා මේ ලේබලින් ටික දාගන්න ඕගොල්ලෝ. right මේවා මම ලේබල් කරලා දැම්මේ ඕවා පස්සේ අමතකගෙන හන්දා. Why this is a big lesson where you need to interconnect everything together. පස්සේ මතක් වෙන්නෙම නෑ ඕක. මේවා තමයි host bits ලා. මේවා තමයි subnet bits ලා. මේවා තමයි network bits ලා. හරි ඔය ලේබලින් ටික දාගන්න. ඒතර මේ equation එකටයි මෙහෙම ආවේ. So put those labeling, that is a success. Otherwise you may forget it obviously. In another 2-3 days you don't know what they are. In that manner, now I need F to be done. Part F. It won't take that long. Use this format and then get the answers. I think online people are also getting the things right. If you have doubts, inform us. And again, people who are joining through YouTube, it's expected that if you can subscribe, that's worth. We can increase the number of subscriptions. Right, මේක ටග්ගල හදලා දාන්න දැන්. identify the class, then the host bits, subnet bits, network bits, convert the decimal values into binary quickly. There are shortcut ටික වටිනවා. IT වලට ඔට්ටු නැහැ හැබැයි recording ටික බලලා කව කරගන්න. ආයි ක්ලාස් එක කරගෙන යන්න කොට. ඊට පස්සේ ඉෂුස් තියෙනවා අහන්න. Things are going well, right? Fine. මෙහෙ මොකද? ඉෂුස්ද? අපතේ? ඕ subnet mask නේ. subnet mask එකේ zeros කියන්නේ ඔක්කොමලා host. ඔක්කොම ටික ගන්න. හරි හදාගත්තද? sub network කීයක් එනවද? මට උඩින් උත්තරේ ඕන. sub network කීයක් එනවද? How many sub networks will it create? 16 ද? sub networks කීයද එන්නේ? 16 ද? 4 ද? 4 64 64 ද? 128 ද? පල්ලෙහායි 64 subnets. උඩට පල්ලෙහා සද්ද වැඩි වෙන්නේ. හරි එන්න. Okay. Still you are struggling. Look at the board, right? මොකද බලාගන්න. According to this configuration, first you may detect what is the class. මොකද class එක? 180 is the first block of the IP. එහෙනම් class එක මොකද්ද? Class B නේ. Class B. Then I may write the given IP address in binary. Given IP. So since it is class B, I'll maintain this as 255, 255, 252. How many ones are there? මේක ටක් ගාලා convert කරන්නේ කොහොමද? එක එක විදිහට පුළුවන්. How many ones are there? 6, right? So okay. ඕනේ මම කියන්නේ 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So all together 255 255, this is 252, 3 has to be vacant. And then these two should be 0, all the others should be 1. Since it is subnet mask, 1 should be maintained in this corner. Then the last octet remains it as 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then what is the default subnet mask? This is from class B. Default is going to be 255, 255, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How many default again? Hari, එහෙම ආපුවාම we can configure, we can detect that these are going to be host bits. Though they are from 2 octets, all zeros will be representing the host bits. And how many host bits are there? 10. Then the extra ones compared to the default subnet mask are going to be the subnet bits. And how many subnet bits are there? 6 subnet bits are there. Sorry. In that manner, we can calculate the maximum number of hosts equals 2 to the power n minus 2. N is going to be 10. And this is going to be 2 to the power 10 minus 2. 2 to the power 10, everyone knows. 1024 minus 2 make it as 1022. Number of subnetworks 2 to the power m is the number of subnet bits. So then we got it as 6. So going to be 2 to the power 6, making it as 64 subnetworks. එකත් හරිනේ. හරි. එහෙනම් මට තව එකක් කරලා දෙන්න. I Indunil I කරගෙන යන්න. The part I. ඕකෙත් online ඉන්නවද? ඔව්. ඒ ප්‍රශ්නේ ඉස්සෙනවා දැන් මේ question එක හදුවා. ඔව් දැන් කියන්නේ D එක නේද කියන්නේ? ආ D එක. ඔව්. ඔව් ඒතර subnets වෙනවා මෙතන 8යි මෙතන 6ක් වෙනවා. ඔව්. 8යි 14ක්. හරි. නිකන් ගාන වැරදි වගේ සෙට් වෙන්නේ නැද්ද? නැත්නම් හදන්න පුළුවන්. හදන්න පුළුවන් අය හදන්න බැරි අය වැරදි කියලා උඩ පැන පැන ඉන්න. දැන් හරිද මේ පැත්ත? සෙට්ද? ඔව්. එතකොට මෙයා මොන ක්ලාස් එකේද දැන් ඉන්නේ? වට දුන්න configuration. B එකේ. B එකේ default එක මොකක්ද? 00. ඔව්. ඒකයි මේකයි පැරලි ලියන්න. මම හැම වෙලාවෙම ලිව්වේ. දුන්න එකේ binary ලියන්න. default එකෙත් binary ලියන්න. ලියලා compare කරලා ගන්න කවුද extra ones කියලා. කවුද available zeros කියලා ගන්න. නෑ දන්නේ නැති එහෙමයි. ඈ? එහෙම. ඉස්සෙල්ලා මං හදපු විදිහට හදාගෙන යන්නකො. දැන් මම බෝඩ් එක හදපු විදිහක් තිබ්බනේ. ඒතර හදිවි කොහොමද මං? මෙයාගෙන් ක්ලාස් එක ඩිටෙක්ට් කරගත්තා. මූ ක්ලාස් එකේ මොකද්ද? B. මූ සබ්නෙට් මාස්ක් එකනේ. සබ්නෙට් මාස්ක් එකේ බයිනරි එක ලිව්වා. ඊට පල්ලෙන් ආයෙ මොකද්ද ලියන්නේ? ඩිෆෝල්ට් එක ලියනවා. ඊට ඩිෆෝල්ට් එකත් එක්ක කම්පෙයාර් කර කර බලනවා කවුද එක්ස්ට්‍රා, කවුද හොස්ට්, කවුද නෙට්වර්ක් එක. එහෙම කම්පෙයාර් කරන්න බැයිද? මෙතන නම්බර එච්චරයි. good. මෙතන හරි. ඒ 81 one binary කරන්නද subnet mask එක IP address එක use කරන්නෙම move belong වෙන class එක හොයාගන්න. මොන class එකද move ඉන්නේ? දැන් 130 නම් move class B කියලා ගන්නවානේ. ඒකට තමයි මේ IP එක දීලා තියෙන්නේ. binary වලට convert කරලා subnet mask එක. subnet mask එකෙන් තමයි අපි guide කරන්නේ IP ද host sorry net ද host ද කියලා ගන්න එතන. ඔක ප්‍රශ්න නේද? හරිද? දැන් ඔය ඉන්නේ. මෙතන 8ක් ආවේ කොහොමද? මෙතන මේකක් තියෙනවා. 9ක් එනවා. ඕගොල්ලෝ ගියද පුතා? ගියද පෙරවල්? හරිද? කේස් නේ. ඔයා දැන් අර ෆෝමැට් එක ෆලෝ කරේ නැහැ. මේ යන්නේ දුන්න සබ්නෙට් මාස්ක් එක. ඒක බයින්ඩරි කරා. මූ ක්ලාස් එක මොකද්ද? 130 කියන්නේ class B නේ. So then below this you may write the default subnet mask as well. Compare to the default, identify what are the extra ones. වටත් ඒක තමයි වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. Then these belong to class B. Then class B write the default one. And with respect to the default, identify the extra ones and zeros here. Compare to that, find it. එකයි case එක. එතකොට හරි. 5 -2 එන්නේ නැහැ. Sub networks ගන්න 2 to the power m only. කියද 512 හරි. හරිනේ 512 නෑ. හරි. හරි. මේ මොකද මේ? හරිද පුතේ? කමන්නේ කමන්නේ. හරි මේක කතාව මොකද්ද? මේ මම ඔය වෙලාව ගත්තේ ඔයගොල්ලන්ට මෙතන මේ පැටලෙන හන්ද ඒක වෙලාව ගත්තේ කියන්නේ මේ උඩට ගියපු උන් ටික මම දන්නවා හරියට සෙට් වෙන්නේ නැහැ කියලා. ඒකයි ළඟටම ඇවිල්ලා මම ඇන ඇන කතා කරේ ටික ටික හරි ගොඩ දාලා දෙන්න. හරි මෙන්න IP එක. මෙන්න subnet mask එක. With respect to the IP address, what is the class it belongs to? තගල උදව කරන්න දැන්. We'll go fast, right? What is the class? Class B. එහෙනම් keeping that in our mind, we'll convert this into binary format. The given subnet mask. එතකොට class B වලදී 255 255 and these are going to be 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Then class B default subnet mask 255 255 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Correct? Then that's why I always told you to write the subnet mask parallel with the default one. එතකොට what about these ones available? Are they from the default subnet mask or are they extra added ones? මේවා extra add කරපන් default වල එන්නේ මෙතන zeros නේ. අහගන්න class B first two octets are network, all these are host. But in our given subnet mask, this is also made as network. Are they the default or extra? You know what are they representing? Subnet. Including this one, they are going to be subnet bits, going to be 9 subnet bits. And these 7 are going to be the host bits. And now, in order to find the equation, maximum number of equals 2 to the power n minus 2. Here n is going to be 7. 2 to the power 7 minus 2. 1 to 8 minus 2. 1 to 6 is the maximum number of hosts. Even maximum number of subnetworks 2 to the power m going to be the number of subnet bits 9. 512 subnetworks are created. That's it, Rani. Then one more question and we'll go into the next part, right? So එකක් කරලා දෙන්න එතකොට ඇති. do the part, just do the part D. D එක ටක් ගාලා කරලා දෙන්න. ටක් ගාලා හදලා ගන්න දැන්. Don't waste time. නෑනේ 110 කියන ක්ලාස් කීයද? ඈ? නෑනේ දැන් එයා 110 හන්දා ක්ලාස් A නේ. ක්ලාස් A වල ඩිෆෝල්ට් එක මොකද්ද? 255යි 00 නේ. දැන් පළවෙනි එක නම් විතරනේ නෙට්වර්ක්. ඉතුරු ටික ඔක්කොම දාලා. හරි හරි. What are these two values? This is wrong, right? Ah, fine. Then subnet. හරි දෙක. හරි. හරි දැන් ඔක්කොම track එකේ ඉන්නේ. දැන් හරිනේ. Now you know the subnetting work and then the computation. Now first thing is you may detect the class it belongs to. මොකද class එක? Class A. Class A default subnet mask is, I'll write the default at first. Default is 255.0.0.0. And only this is going to be the network, all are the hosts. The given one is this. And the default is going to be 255, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is the default one. The given one 255 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, there are 10 host bits. Then compared to the default, all these are going to be what? Subnet bits. And now we have how many subnet bits? 8 and 6 going to be 14. That's all we need to detect. And now maximum number of hosts is going to be 2 to the power n minus 2 goes as 2 to the power 10 minus 2 1022. Then maximum number of subnetworks 2 to the power m. So m is the number of host bits 2 to the power 14. That's all. Hari kada? Then that's the nature. Hari, then what end question number 2 ekata? The writing question. People, question number 2 epa in question number 3 patangam. The writing question number 3. Patanganda. Question number 3, the writing question. Consider a host from a network with the IP address 210. There will be a host with the IP address 210 168 5.2. From a LAN, it must be subnetted to have maximum 40 computers. Find the subnet mask for the network. Forget about part B. Second part එක කරන්න. Now try to do whatever they have asked. Consider a host from a network with the IP address this. It must be subnetted to have maximum 40 computers. And how many hosts are required? 40. Now I want to subnet this to arrange 40 hosts per subnetwork. එහෙනම් මොකද කරන්න ඕන? This belongs to which class? Class C. What is the class C default? I may say class C network. Then the default subnet mask is 255 255 255 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Having this much of host bits will create how many hosts? 2 to the power 8 minus 2, 254. Is that the amount? We need to have 40. And I want to minimize this number of hosts reaching 40 hosts. In order to minimize them, what should I do? I want to change these zeros into ones. Then how many ones should I do extra? After doing the subnetting, say that I have only 3 host bits. That means n is going to be 3. What is the number of hosts now? 2 to the power 3 minus 2, 8 minus 2 is going to be 6. Is this the correct arrangement? Or do I need to have more host bits? More host bits. Then you need to identify the exact number of host bits to fulfill this requirement. How to find that? Use the equation. What is the equation? Number of hosts equals 2 to the power n minus 2. Then of this equation, what is the value that you are known? N value the left hand side. Left hand side is known here 40. Then I want to find how many n's are to be found. Then whenever along with mathematics, if I bring that part, this is going to be 42, 2 to the power n. Then I want to find what the n value to fulfill 2 to the power n as 42. If I say n as 5, that is 2 to the power 5 goes as 32. Is that fulfilling this requirement? Then maximum is 32, but I need 42. And I make a hariyane naha. Then I may increase n value into 6. 2 to the power 6 is going to be 64. Is that facilitating 42? Shape ne? And I want to maintain n as 6. What is n value? Number of host bits. So do the subnetting to remain how many host bits? 6 host bits. That means I want to have 6 zeros, making the others as 1. Then you need to do this computation. Then I will conclude that need 6 host bits. මේ විදිහටම දාගන්න ඕනේවා. එහෙනම් therefore need to add 2 subnet bits so that the new subnet mask would be is going to be 55 255 255. Out of 8 I won't have 2 subnets ne. And then maintaining 6. Now n is going to be 6, m is going to be 2. Correct? And this is going to be 1 1 1 2 3 4 5 6. And that value is going to be 255 255 255 192 is a new subnet mask. Hope that things are clear. Fine. They are giving the requirement of host, then we did that. Correct? Issues? Shape ni? Issues sila nang handa, mangin na. Mega hadan na patang gane ma metening. They have given the number of host requirements to say that as 40. So that I may find the n value, number of host bits. So that I may modify the default subnet mask to match with this requirement. We'll write small sentence. We'll write a sentence. According to the given requirement, within brackets write host equals 40. According to the given requirement, we need to calculate, according to the given requirement, we need to calculate the number of host bits within brackets write n. The number of host bits within brackets write n expected number of host bits within brackets write n expected to be available in the subnet mask. Full stop. Then modify the default subnet mask. By adding extra ones within brackets write subnet bit. By adding extra ones, subnet bit into the default subnet mask. හරි කතාව. ඔහොම තමයි හදලා ගත්තේ. ඔන්න අලුත් subnet mask කියන හැටි. මේකෙන් මම modification එකක් අහන්නම් ඉන්න. Then after this modification, how many subnetworks can it create? මේ modification එක කරාට පස්සේ we can accommodate 40 hosts per subnetwork. Now, what is the maximum number of subnetworks it can create? 2 to the power 2. And altogether, 4 subnetworks should be created. Right. Then, of the same question, part B, Roman number 2. What does it say? If the network is redesigned to have 5 subnetworks, what is the new subnet mask? දැන් මොකද කියන්නේ? මේ network එක එපා. මේක වැඩක් නැහැ. අපි වැරදුනා. නෑ මේ calculation is fine, but regarding the business, we don't want this network. They want to redesign to have 4 subnetworks. එහෙම වුණොත් මොකද subnet mask එක කියලා අහනවා. What should I do? Redo the work. Now the requirement is number of first one, number of subnetworks. Number of subnetworks. With that, do the work. දැන් බලන්න හදන්න. now ඔය question එකම දැන් වෙනස් විදිහට හදන්න තියෙන්නේ. එහෙනම් the host address is 210.168.5.2. now the requirement is number of subnetworks is 5. එහෙනම් this is also from class C. What is the default? This has to be modified. Number of subnetworks is M, that is given as 5. Then I want to find what M is. If I select M as 2, that's going to 2 to the power as 4, not ne. M as 3, 2 to the power is that? Yes. Hey, 5 ගහන්නම් 4ක් මදිනේ කොහොමද? Then M has to be 3. What is M3? Need 3 subnet bits. Right? And new subnet mask would be two five five. I won't have how many subnet bits? 3 subnet bits. And this is the one. 1, 2, 3 has to be added extra. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then this is going to be 2, 2, 4. Is it? And a new subnet mask comes like 255, 255, 255, 224 as the new subnet mask. හරිනේ? දැන් මට සෙකන්ඩ් එකක් කරලා දෙන්න. ටක් ගාලා කරන්න. Do the question number 2. First from the IP address 185.10.5. It must be subnetted to have 25 subnets. ටක් ගාලා හදාන්නේ. දැන් ගොඩාක් අය හැලිලා ඉන්නේ දැන් ඈ. මේ ඕනම හරියට එනකොට හලාගෙන ඉන්නේ. අපරාධේ. තව පැයයි තියෙන්නේ. ඒ පැයෙන් කරන්න පුළුවන් උපරිම කරලා දෙන්න හදන්නේ. නිකන් අර මේ ආව එනර්ජි එක එහෙම අල්ලගෙන යන්න. Otherwise you will be lost. එච්චරයි වෙන්නේ. Majority is going, but some people have lost. Completely up to your encouragement. මොකද වෙන්නේ? From this we'll identify the class it belongs to. මොකද class එක? 180 means class B. එහෙනම් class B default එක. That's going to be a 255.0.0. But they have given the requirement as number of subnetworks as 25. And with that I want to find the values. And the equation is number of subnetworks is to the power m. Okay, then that is given as 25. To make that as 25, you need to find the m value. To cover 25 subnetworks, I want to find what m here is. We need to find the integer value, closest integer. And if I said m as 4, that is 2 to the power 4, 16. Is it enough? Then I may go to the m value as 5. 2 to the power 5 goes as 32. Is that fine? Yes. And I detect that m is going to be 5. What is the m value? Number of first bits, subnet bits. Subnet bits. Therefore, need 5 subnet bits. ඔක තමයි conclusion එක. දැන් මන් ලියන්නම් default subnet mask. What is that? 255, 255. Then this has to be modified with 5 subnet bits. If so, what is the new subnet mask? That is going to be 255, 255. I won't have 5 subnet bits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And now this is going to be a 255, 255. How much is this? 248, ne? Correct? Then part 2 in it. If the network is redesigned to have 150 computers for each subnet. Now redo. Now this requirement is modified to have how many hosts? 150. Then for that to happen, they ask what is the new subnet mask. Do that again. ආගත. තනියම හදන්න දැන්. කියන්නේ 115 150ට ආවේ to the power n minus 2. that 8 එන්න ඕනේ. හරි හරි. ඊළඟට නැගගන්න. ගතවද? ඔස්පිස් එක යකනම් 7ද? සබ්නෙට් ගානක් හැදුවද ඒකෙන්? හරි හරි හරි. ඔව්. ඒකේ 7 එන්නේ කොහොම සබ්නෙට්? මට තේරෙන්නේ දැන් හදපු ගාන නේද ඔය? හරි B වලදී කියන්නේ 150 හොස් කියන එකනේ. ඔව්. එතකොට ඔයා 150 හොස් වෙන මේක ගත්තා. එතකොට මෙතෙන්දී n කියලා ගන්නෙ 9 bits. ඇයි 9 bits එන්නේ? නෑ මෙතන 152 නේ ඕන. එතකොට 2 to the power 7 ගත්තොත් 127. ඒක හරියන්නේ නෑ. 2 to the power 8 ගත්තොත් 8 set වෙනවා. එක එක යන්න. එක පරප්පන්න පැන යන්න. එක එක දාන්න right. n is 8 නේ. හරි. ඒක කියලා සබ්නෙට් මාස්ක් අලුත් එක. මේ මොකද නේ? Right. Then the situation is number of hosts, right? And number of hosts is going to be 2 to the power n minus 2. And here number of hosts has been given as 150. Then this 2 should be brought to the other side, making that as 2 to the power n equals 152. Then I want to find what the n value here is. If I make n as 6, 2 to the power 6, n as 7, 6 කොහොමත් මදිනේ. 7 ගත්තොත් 1 to 8. Not enough නේ. And I'm going to go for n as 8, 2 to the power 8, 2, 5, 6. That's fine, right? And n has to be 8. What is n value? Subnet bits the host bits the host bit. And we can say that need only 8 host bits. And this is from class B. Class B default subnet mask going to be 255 255 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Hurry. Then we need to have 8 host bits. Then there are altogether 16 host bits. I want to maintain only 8 out of it. And new subnet mask is going to be 255 255. These block entirely I want to make them as 1. Going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then keeping only the last octet as 0. Then when it comes to decimal, this also going to be 2550. Then make හරිද වැරදිද? What is the IP address given? IP is given as 185.10.5. This IP address. Hare. After doing the subnetting, we got this as a subnet mask. Can this happen? Make IP එක, what is the class of the given network? Class B. අපි subnet කරාට පස්සේ එනවා මෙන්න මේ subnet mask එකක්. What is this subnet mask? Default subnet mask of class C. මේක මෙහෙම වෙන්න පුළුවන්ද? Is it possible for this to happen? මෙයා class B. After modifying, it came like this. මෙහෙම වෙන්න පුළුවන්ද? move class B මෙන්න subnet mask class C. එහෙම වෙන්න පුළුවන්ද? පුළුවන්ද? පුළුවන්. ඉතින් ඔය උනේ. එහෙනම් අර ඕගොල්ලන්ට වෙන වැඩේ තමයි. මූණ බලලා මූ හොඳයිද නරකයිද කියලා කියන්න බෑ. කොයි හරි තැනකදී ඔයාට මේක විතරක් දුන්නොත් ඔයාට කිව්ව හැකිද මූ ක්ලාස් එක මොකක්ද කියලා? Rather than telling that as the default subnet mask. If they use the word this is the default subnet mask, then fine. Otherwise, subnet mask may vary by turning into subnet bits. හරි? subnet bits හදලා මේවා මොන මොනද වෙන්න පුළුවන්. Right? If they have used the word default subnet mask, then fine. හරි? හරි. එහෙනම් ඔන්න ඒ කතන්දරේ. හරි ඊළඟ කැල කරන්න ඕන. හරි මහන්සි නම් මේ මම බෝඩ් එක මකන වෙලාවට ටක් ගාලා මූණේ ඔතු ටිකක් ගාගෙන එන්න. ඒ කැල ඕනම කැල network design කැල paper එකේ තියෙන question එක. මේ වෙනකන් කරපු questions වලින් paper question එක කරන්න බෑ. this just the background. හරි එහෙනම් ටක් ගාලා විනාඩි දෙකක් දෙන්නම් මම බෝඩ් එක මකලා ඊළඟ කැල ලෑස්ති වෙනකන් පුළුවන් නම් ඔතු ටිකක් බීලා එන්න. හැබැයි ඊට පස්සේ කෑ ගහන්න බෑ. කෑ ගහුවොත් නම් එළියට දානවා මං ඈ. ටක ගාලා එන්න විනාඩි 5න් එන්න. හරි පටන් ගමුද? හරි stop your talks. දැන් එන්න. දැන් නවතන්න. මට කෑ ගහන්න බෑ ඔච්චර. ඒ වුණත් වැඩේ නවත්තලා නිකන් ඉන්නවා. හරි. This IP address I want to create that into 4 subnetworks. එහෙනම් don't I need to find the subnet mask for this one? හරිනේ? මෙන්න network එක IP address එක, this has to be redesigned to have 4 subnetworks, simply 4 departments. For that to be done, I want to go for the subnetting process. එහෙනම් now I need to find the new subnet mask. For that to be calculated, I want to use the two equations, N equation as well as M equation. Out of them, which one should I use now? M ekada N ekada? M equation, number of subnetworks is going to be 4. Hari, question liya gamuda? Be light. Consider a network with the address, consider a network with the address 192.168.18.0. Consider a network which must be subnetted to have 4 subnetworks. Which must be subnet to have 4 subnetworks. Right. Next point we'll write. At first, we must calculate the subnet mask suitable for. At first, we must calculate the subnet mask suitable for the new design. Hari, calculate කරගෙන යන්න අපි. You may do it parallel with me. Right? එහෙනම් this is from class C. Then the requirement given as number of subnetworks to the power m. So the clue has been given is as 4. එහෙනම් 2 to the power 2, so that m is going to be 2. Takala හැදුණානේ ඒක. එහෙනම් what is this m value comes as 2? Number of host bits, subnet bits. Therefore, need 2 subnet bits. Hare. Then we will calculate the new subnet mask. What is the new subnet mask? 255. New එක හදන්න කලින් මම අර පිළිවෙලටම හදාගෙන යන්න. Default එක හදාගෙන යන්න. Class C නේ. Class C default is going to be 255 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. And the new subnet mask two five five 1 1, and then there are 6 zeros. In decimal, this is going to be 192. We got that. Latecomers. So then this is the network. We want to subnet that into 4 subnetworks like this. Then for that to happen, we computed the new subnet mask matching with the network. And now, new subnet mask comes in decimal 255, 255, 255, 192. Hurry. Now, according to this, according to this subnet mask, I must maintain IP addresses for these subnetworks. Then say that I am going to use the first IP here, so that subnet mask 255, 255, 255. These bits are representing the subnet, and then there are 6. Subnet mask. That is a subnet mask suitable for one of the computers, and all the computers should follow the same subnet mask. Then I may take one of the IP. Hey. This is the IP address. I want to assign an IP address, but this IP has to be set according to the subnet mask we have computed. Now I may take a possible IP to be assigned into this particular computer. That's my designing work. When I want to go for the first block, should I write that as 192 or do I have a change? First block එක 192 ම වෙන්න ඕනද වෙනස් වෙන්න ඕනද? මේ host තමයි IP එකක් දෙන්න යන්නේ. That belongs to which network? Same network. එහෙනම් according to our subnet mask, these 3 octets are representing what bits? Network block. Should they be changed from computer to computer, subnetwork to subnetwork? Should be the same. එහෙනම් here 192, 168, 18, last is going to be 0. And I'll just write that as it is. Then 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here of the IP, as you all said, these 3 octets, these 24 bits are representing what bits? Make it represent network. Subnet masking කියන්නේ මේවා network කියලා. එහෙනම් these 2 bits are indicating what? Subnet. ඔන්න දැන් track එකට වැටෙනවා. අන්තිම 6 දෙනා indicating what? Host. Is this a valid host address or invalid host address? How many host bits are there? 6. All of them are 0. Valid for a computer or invalid? Invalid. Yeah, මොකද? Network address. Then what is the valid address here? Making this as at least 1. ඔන්න හරිනේ. දැන් මට උත්තර දෙන්න. ඉන්න. මෙයාට මට IP එකක් දෙන්න. Help me. මොකද උත්තර දෙන්න? 192. ඊළඟට 168. Next 18. What is next? Should that be 0, 0 or a different combination? Can I have that as 0, 1 or should that be 0, 0? What are these 2 bits indicating? Subnet. Is this host belong to the same subnetwork or different subnet? And these 2 bits, should that be 0, 0 or any other? 0, 0. Got it? I belong to the same network, same subnetwork. And that should essentially be 0, 0. What about the host bits combination? 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0. Puluvanda? No issue. Then I want to go for another IP address for the other host. What is the network? 192, 168, 18. What is the other 2 bits? 0, 0. Essentially, IA, same subnet, and I can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In the of this subnetwork. Now I am going to go for the subnetwork 1 using the subnet bit combination 0, 0. What is the starting IP address for a host? What is the first host address of this subnet? Help me. 192 ilangata 168 18 binary. Kiyada 0, 0. Iduru tika 0. What is the last IP, last host of that subnetwork? 192 ilangata. Next. Then 1. All ones is not valid in broadcast. What is that value in decimal? This is 64, 63, 62. Any IP address 192.168.18.1 to 62 are valid for which subnetwork? May subnetwork. Set ne? Now I am going to go for this subnetwork. When I go to this subnetwork, the network blocks, should they be the same or different? Network tika same vendor, subnet should be different than that, host can be any. This one I may start it like somewhere here, right? 192, help me. 168, 18. Ilang ekkana kawuda? What is the next combination? Truth table. 0, 0 ekkana kawuda? 0, 1. What is the smallest? Smallest? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1. Correct? Then what is that in decimal? 64 plus 1, 65. What is the largest here? 192, 168, 18. What is the subnet bit? 0, 1, making the host as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What is that in decimal? 128, 127, 126. Correct? Set ne? Ilangata for this, what is the IP address? 192, 192, 168, 18. What is the subnet bit combination? We had 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0. And then smallest host is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. What is that in decimal? 1, 2, 9. What is the largest host here? 192, 168, 18. Ilangata 1, 0. Largest is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 0. Decimal is 128, 63, 62. 190. Ne? Then I want the IP for one of the other. That is going to be of 192, 168, 18. Ilangata 1, 1, and then going to be with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. In a 193. Sorry. And for this one, 192, 168, 18 dot here. 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0, 2, 5, 4. Which is the when you are changing your subnetwork, the subnet bit combination has to be different. This is subnet. And this is other subnet. And for this, we have to have different subnetworks selected in this. Now, when you practically go to the decimal format, how do I assign the IP addresses? Finding the IPs from 1 to 64, 62 is for the first subnetwork. Second subnetwork 65 to 126. Third subnetwork එකට 129 to 190, 193 to 254. Those IP addresses should be assigned appropriately for the subnetworks. හරිද තේරුණාද? හරි. හරි. ඔක දැන් මම ආයෙ clearly තනින්නම් ඊළඟට. We'll complete the note. Will right? When assigning IP addresses, when assigning IP addresses, when assigning IP addresses, when assigning IP addresses, උඩේ මොකද කතාව? ඔයි. ඉපණ යන්නකෝ. සල්ලි දීලා අපෙන් යනවා පල්ලෙන් සල්ලි ඉල්ලන් යනවා. අන්තිම ටිකේ තමුසලට ඕන් ටික නෙමෙයි කරන්න හදන්නේ හරක් ටික අහගනින්කෝ. තමුසලට අමාරුවන් තමයි ඉස්සෙල්ලාම බ්‍රේක් එකක් අරන් එන්න කිව්වේ. කොපි ඒකත් මගුලක් කරන්න ඕනේ මෙතන රෙද්ද. විනාඩි දෙකක් දීපුවම පැය ගාන කියලා කාලා රීලා ඔක්කොම කරලා එනවා. ඒකලා මෙතන කෙදිරි ගාන ඉන්නවා. ලියාගන්න යමු. නැත්නම් නැගිටලා යනවා යන්න මෙතනින්. වදයක් නොවි. When assigning IP addresses into the above network, into the above network, into the above network, we must manage the bits, we must manage the bits, comma blocks, we must manage the bits, comma blocks of the IP address, we must manage the bits, comma blocks of the IP address accordingly to represent the network bits, comma subnet bits and the host bits, subnet bits and the host bits. Next point, the calculation of the subnet mask, the calculation of the subnet mask, the calculation of the subnet mask produces two subnet bits, within brackets, right? First two of the last octet produces two subnet bits, within brackets, right? First two bits of the last octet, which can generate 4 combinations, within brackets, right? 0 0 0 1 1 0 1 1, which can generate 4 combinations. Next point, each of the above subnet bit combinations, must be assigned into the above 4 subnetworks, appropriately. Right. Next point we light. Hari. දැන් උන් ආයසරක් මම කරනවා මේටි හොඳට අහගන්න. ඔය මිස් වෙච්ච උන්ට මම ඔක්කොම කරන්නේ. Everyone, even you followed it, no issue, right? Now we are going to go for the subnetwork 1. දැන් හොඳට අහගන්න කය නවත්තලා. Subnetwork 1. That means I am going to assign IP addresses for this. Then one of the combination is, according to the subnet mask, we found that there are 2 subnet bits. Now I am going to go for the first combination, making the subnet bit as 0 0. First combination is 0 0. එහෙම වුණොත් I am going to use the IP address. Now this is the subnet mask. ඒකත් මම ලියාගෙන ඉන්නම්කෝ. Subnet mask. That's going to be 255 255 255 1 and 1, indicating them as the subnet bits 2 3 4 5 6. Now these are indicating subnet, whereas these are indicating host, and these are indicating the network. Hare. Now they have told that we have to use the IP address 192.168.18.0. මේකනේ subnet IP එක දෙන්න කියලා කියන්නේ. Now I want to use this IP along with the subnet mask computer. And now I am writing the IP address in binary. Then I don't want to write the first 2 blocks. They are going to be 192.168.18. Now the last octet given as zeros. And I am writing that as full 0. 0 0 1 2 3 4 5 6. And now here I got the subnet bit combination of the IP address as 0 0. 0 0 is going to be one subnet. Then host bits are made as all zeros. All zeros for host bits is indicating what address? Network address එකනේ. අපි උදේම කතා කරේ. එහෙනම් is this suitable for one of the host in the network or not? ඒක හරියන්නේ නැහැ. I want to go to the next smallest, that is making this as 1. එහෙනම් මේක ඇවිල්ලා network address එක, which is not suitable. Then I am going to go for the first usable IP of this first subnetwork. And there the network has to be the same 168.18. How do I indicate the subnet? Subnet bit has to be 0 0. Then host bits are going to be 1 2 3 4 5 and 1. And isn't this the first usable host of that particular subnetwork? Hare. ඒ විදිහට කියපුවාම what is another random IP එකක් අපි ගමු of the same subnetwork 192.168.18.00 a random value. Enam host can be how many? Then what is that value? 1248. Then it is going to be 12. Likewise, what is the last usable IP of the block? 192.168.18. Subnet bit has to be 00. Megollo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can't make all ones. And if I convert this into decimal, what is that value? This is going to be 64. All ones times 63 වෙනවා. ඒකිනුත් එකක් යනවා. එහෙනම් this is going to be 62. Now I want the broadcast address. What is the broadcast address? All host bits are ones. Now there it's going to be 192.168.18.00.12346. Isn't that the broadcast address? Then what is that value? 6463. Now broadcast is one more than the last usable. Harini? Hey, that's the next one. So these are the configurations for the first subnetwork. And then you can select any of the IP addresses from 1 to 62 to be assigned into the first subnetwork. Right? Okay. Then we like the next subtopic, subnetwork 100. Subnetwork 100. හරි. හරි ඊට පස්සේ මේ ටික ලියන්න ඉඩ තියාගන්න. මම ෆොටෝ එක දාන්නම්. පස්සේ ලියන්න. දැන් මට ඔය විදිහට sub network 2 එක හදන්න පුතාලා. මේක දිහා බලාගෙන sub network 2 හදන්න මේකට ඉඩ තියන්න. මේකයි කොපි කරන එක තේරුමක් නැහැ දැන්. වෙලාව මදි හන්දා. sub network 2 එකට හදන්න මට. By looking at this. Then compute that into subnetwork 2. Subnetwork 2 means I want to go to the next subnet bit combination. මොකක්ද ඒක ඇවිල්ලා 0 1. Then go to the subnet mask again. IP address in binary. මේක නම් නැතත් කමක් නැහැ එතකොට. Then you may write the first usable IP, random IP, last එකක්, broadcast එකක්. ඔයාස අපි network එක හදුවනේ නෑ මෙයා network IP address random නෙවෙයි ඒක දාගමු අපි මොකද්ද network address කියලා. ඒ sub network network address එකත් හදාගන්න. first usable එක හදාගන්න. ඔය විදිහට හදාගෙන sub network 2 එකට. Do that. මේ ෆොටෝස් ටික ඔක්කොම groups වලට මම දාන්නම් session එක ඉවර වෙලා. දැනට එකකට විතරයි දාගෙන යන්නේ. Now do the calculation for the second subnetwork. then there you better highlight the subnet bits, right? අර මං highlight කරා වගේම වෙන පාටකින් හරි you just block them, then that will indicate for your later reference. subnet 2 හදපයි 3 හදන්න ගන්න. මෙහෙම මොකදනේ හරි ගියාද? තේරුණා කතන්දරේ? අන්තිම රෝ එකද? ඔව් 11 ඇයි අපි ගාන හදලානේ ගත්තේ කලින් මේ මෙහෙ ඇදුවේ සබ්නෙටින් වලට. ඇයි මෙයා කියනවනේ මොකද්ද සබ්නෙට් 4ක් ඕන කියලා. ක්වෙස්චන් එකේ කියන්නේ සබ්නෙට් 4ක් වෙන්න නම් 2 to the power m 2 කරලා ගත්තා. ඒකයි සබ්නෙට් මාස්ක් එකේ 11 ආවේ. මේ මොකදනේ හරිද එපා? subnet 2 හරි 01 දාගත්තා. ඩෙසිමල් එකත් ලියන්න ඉස්සරහින්. ඩෙසිමල් ලියන්න නෑ. හරිද එපා? මේ මොකද ෂේප්ද? යන්න. ඔව් 01 වෙනකොට ඔව් 60 ඔව් අපි අරගෙන ගත්ත එකනේ තියෙන්නේ 64 නෙවෙයි. මේ ඇවිල්ලා ෆස්ට් එක 65 වෙන්න ඕනේ පුතා. මේ ඇවිල්ලා all zeros නේ. එතකොට මේක ඇවිල්ලා network address එක. ඔව් subnet bit එක 01 sub 01 වෙලා all zeros වුණාම host ටික ඔක්කොම 0 නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ first usable නෙවෙයි. first නෑ. first second sub network එකේ broadcast මේ network address එක. ඒ host diskලා බිඳු වෙන හැම වෙලාවෙම broadcast මේ network වෙනවනේ. ඒතර first වෙන්නේ මෙයාගේ අකට එකක් ආපුහම. හරිද? 65 වෙනවා. අන්තිම එක නම් වෙන්නේ එතකොට මේ all ones දැම්මොත් ඔයා ඒක broadcast වෙනවා. හරිනේ? ඔව් first usable එකයි random එකක් දැම්මා. හරි හරි හරි. දැන් හරි. ඔව් ඔව්. එතකොට 0 දැන් ඉස්සලා 00 දාන්න ගත්තේ. ඇයි පුතේ මේ network එකෙමනේ අපි යන්නේ. එතකොට network block ටික එහෙම 192 ඔය කීර එක එහෙමම වෙන්න ඕන. වෙලා අන්තිම එකත් එක තමයි සෙල්ලම් කරන්න. හරි. මෙයා 01 තියාගෙන මේක හැම වෙලාවෙම 01 maintain වෙන්න ඕන. maintain වෙලා මේ subnet mask නේ. subnet mask ඉන්නේ එහෙම නෙවෙයි sorry. subnet mask එකේ වෙන්නේ මෙයා 11 නේ පුතා. 11 ඒ subnet mask අපි හදලා ගත්තේ question එකේ කො we need to subnet that into have okay නේ මම අතින් දුන්න ගණන් තියෙන four sub networks තියෙන්න ඕනේ හරි ඒතර four sub networks වෙන්න නම් මෙතන subnet bits ගන්න subnet bits දෙකක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ එහෙම වෙලා තමයි මෙතන හැදෙන්නේ කොහොමනේ ඒතර ඒකත් එක තමයි IP එක ලියන්නේ ඒතර 192.168.18 දැන් හැදෙනවා ඊළඟ second subnet එක 01 දැන් හොස්ලා ටික එතකොට 1 2 3 4 5 6 ඔන්න first usable හොස්ලා ටික එහෙම වෙන්න ඕනේ subnet එක එහෙම තියාගන්න last එක වෙන්නේ මේ හොස්ලා ටික 110 ඔක්කොම 1 වෙනකොට කවුද යා broadcast ඊට subnet ඊළඟ එක කරනකොට 10 වෙනවා වෙලා ආයෙ හදනවා එතකොට මේකම තමයි 10 වෙලා හරිනේ 65 හරි මේ ආවද ඊළඟ එක හදන්න පුළුවන් subnet 3 එකක් හදන්න ඔයගේ ඩෙසිමල් දාගෙන යන්න subnet 2 3 එකක් හදන්න ඊළඟට subnet 2 හදපුවා. මේ හරිද? ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනවද? සෙට් නේ. හරි එතකොට සෙකන්ඩ් එක හදන්නේ කොහොමද? හරි චූටි දෙයක් කියලා ඉන්නම්. පුතේ now today we spend long hours on IP addressing නේ. I know that you are fed up one side. On the other way around, we did things, right? When I was guiding you, you did fine. But sometimes for some people, you may not have an overall picture what we did. To get that picture, you may go through whatever we did today from the very beginning. නැතුව සෙට් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. මම හිතන්නේ කාටවත් එහෙම සෙට් වෙයි කියලා. හරි? අද කරපු ටික පුතේ පුළුවන් නම් අද හවස වෙනකොට ෆෙඩ් අප් වෙයි සමහරලාට අපේ ළමයින්ට අමාරුයිනේ මේ වගේ වැඩ කරන්න. ඔව්. එහෙම නැත්නම් හෙට දවසේ ඇතුළත don't postpone this, right? මේක දවස් 5ක් postpone කරොත් you may forget it. You can't capture it at all. ආයෙසරක් මේ සෙෂන් එක මෙහෙමම කරන්න වෙනවා. හරි? ඒත් ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ මේකේ ලයිව් එක YouTube යනවනේ. YouTube එකේ තියෙනවා ඕන්ලා කරන් බලන්න. ඒක මම එහෙම තියන්නම්. හරි? එතකොට after at least 1 day or 2 day to get the maximum profit, you may go through the total note what we did by doing the computations. අපි දැන් calculations හදුවානේ මේකේ මුල ඉඳලම class එක හොයන හැටි, ඊට පස්සේ 1 0 pattern එන හැටි, ඒ වගේ පොඩි පොඩි ගණන් හදුවානේ. Without looking at the answers available, you may do the computations on your own. Then the most difficult part is the recent one what we did, the last part. ඒ ටික තමයි ගොඩක් අයට confuse වෙන්නේ. ඕක තමයි paper එකට එන්නේ. හරි? So today I thought of doing some exam questions but not. හැබැයි මේ level එකේ questions තමයි එන්නේ. හරි? බලමු එහෙම වුණොත් පුළුවන් වුණොත් I'll announce one another seminar to cover the rest of the parts. එහෙම වුණොත් seminar වලින් මට මේ පාඩම ඉවර කරන්න පුළුවන්. තවත් දවසක දාලා බලමු. එතකොට මම theory class එකේ අයගෙන් නිදහස් වෙනවා. IP address කැල්ල මම ඒගොල්ලන්ට ආයෙ class එක කරන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. මේ ගාන මේදෙනින් ඉවරයි. හරි? ඔයගොල්ලන්ට තව ගණන් ටිකක් අමුතෙන් හදුවා නම් ඇති. හරි? එහෙන් බලමු. එතකොට ඔයගොල්ලන්ට මේක confident වෙන්න නම් අනිවාර්යෙන් do these questions again and again, otherwise you will be lost. හරි? ඒක එහෙමම තමයි. හරි. Then we have to go to the subnet 2. Then in subnet 2 we said that we want to maintain the subnet bit combination as 0 1. Then I'll rewrite the subnet mask. Two five five, 255, 255, and these two are the subnet bits. That's based on our computations. Lamai. Then I want to go to the network address. How to get the network address? Making all the host bits into zeros. And the IP address is 192.168.18. Now the subnet bit combination has to be 0 1 in the IP address. Meya subnet mask. Eka prashnayak nahane. And this is going to be 0 1. To go for the network address, host bits has to be network address. Now all the hosts should be 0. And that is in decimal going to be 64. Ilangata the first usable IP, that is going to be 192.168.18. The subnet is going to be 0 1 1 2 3 4 5 and 1. That is going to be 65. Then the last usable, I can have a random value as well. Last usable is 192.168.18.0.1 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is going to be 127, 126. You know what is the broadcast address? 192.168.18.01, making all these as 1. Going to be 127. If you did this comparison on your own, you may find a relationship between the broadcast address, network address, broadcast address, first usable and last usable. What is the relationship? 1 less than the first usable is network. 1 less than the last usable is broadcast. 1 more than the last usable is broadcast. 1 less than the first usable is the network. ඒක මෙයාටත් ඔට්ටුයි නෙමෙයි. first usable එක 1 වුණා, network එක 0 වුණා. last usable එක 62 වුණා, broadcast එක 63 වුණා. හරි. Now I want the subnetwork 3 to be computed. ඒක කොහොමද හැදෙන්නේ? Subnet 3. Then I want to go for a different subnet bit combination, going to be 1 0. එහෙම වුණාම now I may calculate the first usable only and the last usable. First usable එක මොකද්ද? 192.168.18.10 1, 2, sorry, 3, 4, 5 and 1. This is going to be 128, 129. Hurry. ඊළඟ එක last usable 192.168.18.10 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. කීයද value එක? මේක 128, 64, 63, 62. Going to be 0, 9, 190. If I know these two, can I calculate the broadcast? That is 191. What is network? 128. ඒක හරි. ඊළඟ sub network 4 කොහොමද ඒක හැදෙන්නේ? Sub network 4 comes with the bit combination 1 and 1. ඒකෙදි first usable එන්නේ කොහොමද? First usable is 192.168.18.11 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 1. Going to be 193. හරි. ඊළඟට last usable එනවා 192.168.18.11 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, 5, 4. හරිනේ. This is the way how you computed that. Then whenever you are going to go for the network, how do you assign IP addresses? හරි. ඒකත් ඉවරක්ම කරලා දාන්නම්. Now I have designed my network. අයියෝ මේ ටික ෆොටෝ එක හැවෙන්නේ නැහැ. Right. Then whenever I go to the final network drawing, here we have one subnetwork. If this is subnetwork 1, then what do you do? Hey, lamai. මේකට දෙන IP address ටික මට කියන්න. 192.168.18. කීය දෙන්නේ? 1 දෙන්න පුළුවන් නේ. ආය 192.168.20 possible ද? Possible. 192.168.18.207 possible ද? Is this accepted into the subnetwork 1? Subnetwork 1 වලට මේක accepted ද? නෑ නෑ ඇයි ඒ? අපි අර හොයපු range වලින් කීයද maximum? subnet 1 වලට යන්නේ 62 වෙනකන් විතරයි. මේක ගහන්න බෑ මේකට. ඇයි this is the subnet 1 නේ? What it? This is subnetwork 1. Subnetwork 1 should vary from 1 to 62. මේක ඔට්ටු නෑ. හරි? Then I am going to go for the second subnetwork. Then what is the starting of the second subnetwork? What do you do? 18 dot. What is the starting? 60. Starting of the second subnetwork. 65 the. 65 the. 65. එහෙනම් මේකට මම දානවා 192.168.18.66. Then 192.168.18.125 accepted. Subnet 2 වලට 125 දාන්න පුළුවන්ද? What is the maximum of subnetwork 2? 126. එහෙනම් 125 is also valid. හරි? Then I am going to go for the subnetwork 3. What is the starting of subnetwork 3? 129. Now 192.168.18.129. Now 192.168.18.200 valid. No, 190 is the maximum. Make a valid. 192.168.18.150. That's also valid. Why this is going to be subnet 3. And the last one is going from 192.168.18. What is the starting of subnet 4? 93 ne? 193. Enam 192.168.18.195. Then 192.168.18.200. They are valid. And then all these subnetworks are connected through a common switch. This is called as subnetwork 4 to be taken. And this is the order how you manage your network finally. Then the calculated IP ranges should be assigned into the specific subnetworks appropriately. Then you all came into a certain level. You can copy that. And I have the binary version of this one as well. Copy them as well. Sure complete karaka. And again, thank you for everyone to dedicating the time to attending on this one. And we'll see the rest. What is the next plan to cover the rest of this? Right. Then thanks a lot.